Yep. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10 o'clock. Warm-up day, Wednesday. And you know what we do at this time. It's time for the eye test. Welcome. We got a good little bit to discuss. Got some business to go over. And as usual, we invite you to come play along. You to come on in. You to tell us what it is that's bothering you about your team's performance. Last week, the week before that, whatever it is that you like. We're going to examine what took place on Sunday afternoon. And we're going to address the title of tonight's show, The Fans Giveth, the Team Taketh Away. And we'll make clear as to why we named this show the name we gave it. I hope to be joined by you, as well as a regular panel that come in and give their viewpoints, make their points, and expound on what it is that they want to expound on. We appreciate you guys coming in. And hey, if you're viewing us on YouTube, take this, find the like button, if you have a mind to, and bam on it real hard to make sure that it's counted. Because as I understand, there are algorithms at work. There are high-tech mathematics at work that determine who gets on, who gets up to the front of the line. And I'd like to once again, as I did last week at the end of the show, but most of you might have been gone, I'd like to thank you guys, and I know Winston would, to thank you guys for supporting us for the past year, tuning in, putting up with us, and we are ecstatic about the reception that we've gotten, and we really appreciate you guys tuning in, chiming in, putting comments in the chat. Maybe you stopped by just to peep and see what was going on. Next time, you can stay a little while. And we appreciate you taking your time out of your night to come on in and just take a look. Chief, what's going on, Chief? And that's Ron. What's up, Ron? And that's my partner, Winston Thorne. He's taking care of a couple of things that I need to be taken care of. And he'll be joining me in the minute. And like I said, hopefully some of you. Because last week, that was a division game. And I really don't like me myself. I really don't like how we divisioned in the division game. But you might like it. So you'll get an opportunity to say something about it, check in, and talk with us. Because we're going to be here a while. Everybody get a chance to get whatever it is that they want to say in. And without further ado, or I'm pointing the wrong way. Every time I get ready to point, I point the wrong damn way. There. That's my partner, Mr. Winston Thorne. What's going on, Winston? Can't hear. I think. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I have two other gentlemen that are standing by back in the back, and I'm bringing them up.
What's up?
And it's C-Dub. And now Winston. See, I take my glasses off. See, I take mine off. See, the thing is, the intimidation factor is just tripled right now. See, yeah, hey, Winston, you know you're on the list when they wearing glasses. Yeah, and C-Dub ain't wearing his, but you know you're on the doggone list when our administrator is in with the wait a minute, those are not the Ray-Ban. Those he have on now, those just to throw the dogs off the scent. He's trying to throw the dogs off the scent. But
he's in covert. He's a covert op, man. Come on now.
That's El Jefe. Keely Spencer.
This is definitely a prescription.
Gentlemen, how y'all doing tonight?
We're good. We're good. I'm doing good. And hold on. We need, before anything else, because somebody has joined an exclusive club. Mr. Winston Thornton, pop of the question, I heard. By the way, congratulations, my man. And I'm glad she said yes. Or did she say maybe? What happened?
And that's how it goes. Maybe.
Man, congratulations. You guys are going to be so happy together. I'm happy for you, bro.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And Winston, hey man, let me tell you, congratulations, sir. And the Winston that I know, she getting a fine fella. She getting a fine fella. I have to say that she getting a fine fella.
I mean, hey, Winston, keep wearing the robes, keep looking all sexy. You got to keep it fresh, baby. Got to keep it fresh. I know you wrote the book of love, so just keep it fresh.
Shit, she got me. When I saw that, I knew she was the one.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hey man, I'm the way that we were rushing last time I was up there, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to meet her. But hey man, that ain't the last time I'll be coming up that way. So
I'll bring her down on that.
Or yeah. Whichever way.
Where are you at? Where exactly are you at in Virginia, Winston?
Richmond.
Yeah, Richmond. Okay, because me and the lady were looking at places to go visit, like to go for vacation spot. So we were talking about Virginia. So I was going to ask you before anything else.
Check, go to Virginia Beach.
Yeah.
You go to Virginia, all right. Virginia Beach like 2 hours. A little less, over 2 hours from it.
All right. Nice.
Yep. But man, shoot, I had a friend of mine that grew up in Maryland. He turned me on to Virginia Beach, Ocean City, Rehoboth Beach. Man, the Eastern Shore of Maryland, all that, cause see, I never would have gone that way because I hang on the interstates. I hang on the interstate.
I think what was it? I would go to Florida, the Redneck Riviera, as we all know about, and then I've been to Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina. But I've never been to Virginia. I've always wanted to go though, so because a lot of historic stuff's there too.
You ain't missing much.
And with that, we're welcoming Coach into the building.
Hey, Coach.
What's going on, Coach?
What's up?
Oh, sorry. Oh, Lord, something just threw in my mouth. All right.
Now,
let's talk about it.
I titled this show The fans giveth, and the team taketh away.
Gee, I wonder what you're talking about.
And the reason why I titled this show that is on Thursday, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, when I start, when you start hearing those rumble strips, when I've crossed the center line or when I've gone off-roading, y'all sending me back. But Thursday, I saw Falcons people all down on Bourbon Street, taking over traps and trapping and hollering and yelling and acting crazy or whatever. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all on Bourbon Street. It looked like they hired their own band down there. They're going up and down the street.
Had over 400 people there, John.
See, fans,
yeah,
doing what fans do.
And by the way, originally they were supposed to get like about 100. So yeah, that should tell you how many people showed up. I know that the band was, I think, was with them. I think so. I think the band was like a part of the fans too. And I know that the police escort was there too.
I saw the trombones and stuff like that, man. Now I got a trumpet. I only know one note, and that's D or E. Is it D or E? E. Okay. I only one note. I just blow that every time they got to it. To put a little extra oomph behind, E flat or whatever.
Did you put a little stank on it?
When your team came into the Superdome,
oh no.
After the first series, everything just went bleh. Just flat. And in the press conference, your coach said we came out flat. Now, those of you who know me in the chat as well as on the dais, on the panel, that is one of the cardinal sins for me, for a coach to admit that his team came out flat. Now, there was no doubt in our minds as to how they came out. Those of us who know football, those of us who keep up with it, we know how they came out. Okay? Look back at the game or suffering through the game, you know how they came out.
Mm-hmm.
But for your coach to say team came out flat, it is a damning indictment as far as I'm concerned, because of the fact that it is your job to make sure that they don't come out flat.
Thank you, John.
Hang feet, inappropriate rear ends, slap whoever it is you need to slap, throw, they make Gatorade every day. Turn the Gatorade cool over. Arthur don't mind you spilling anything on the rug. There are worse things on that rug than Gatorade during the course of the game. So, needless to say, I'm upset. Division game. You know who you playing. You know what's at stake. How?
I can tell you. I can tell you exactly how.
Oh, we're going to pass this one around. I can't wait to get to me. But go ahead, Rusty. I got to hear this.
What happened? It is just like I said last week. Not sitting there overlook them, looking on to Denver and the bye week. They said they thought because the Saints were playing like shit, and they traded out their number one cornerback, and they got injuries all across the board. They're gonna walk in, they're gonna lay down, they will tuck tail halfway through the first quarter, and we were gonna run the scoreboard. And them boys took him and got a new coach, big special team coach. He brought new energy to him, and they took and carried that whole energy from their week of practice into the game, and they played with renewed life. That's exactly what happened. We slept on it. Slept on him, got punched in the mouth, and didn't know how to recover.
Winston, you through?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
good.
Oh, I mean you.
Yeah, I thought he froze. I thought he
Hey,
Yeah.
froze
Winston,
up.
Okay, I
Winston.
wasn't the only one.
Hey, Winston, you shot him in the head. Didn't tell nobody.
Hey, he was doing that smooth criminal bit. He was like, bam, you didn't see it, did you?
Get it
All
done.
right. Hey, hey, Keelan, what you think, man?
Um,
Well, hold on, Keelan, just cause see, I started the topic, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to respond to the topic like you were, because I mean they was getting at both of us about coup. You remember? They were running us all over the place about coup, and I wasn't able to respond like you were, because see, hey man,
but a couple of them I just left hanging because I was like, at some point, it's not even about the argument anymore. People just don't want to be wrong. So a lot of time in a discussion like that, like there's like 3 people in particular. I'm not gonna name their names, but they know who they are.
Was I one of them?
Huh? No,
I was about to say, no, okay.
no. I'm talking. There's like 3 people where if there's a back and forth, it will go for like 3-4 days, just for the simple fact that they just don't want to be wrong.
Gotcha.
So I just have to kind of just like leave it hanging. But that same subject, and it's an oxymoron to me because like people run into these dead end arguments, and it's like, and you trap them. And well, anyway, I had a bad feeling about this game, honestly, because it seemed like it was just gonna be too easy, too much of a layup. And when it's like that, like, man, they done traded away their best corner, coach fired. It's kind of like, yeah, this should be a trap game. But the thing about it is that that's what coaching is for. Like, you know what type of game is coming, and that's what coaching is for. And that's his job to prepare them. And this is the second game in which they came into the game unprepared. Now, this is Seattle all over again. Because that Seattle game, they just came in and they weren't ready to play. And it's his job to get them ready to play. Now, I get people, and again, this was part of stuff that was annoying in terms of in ABG, and people were like, you can't blame the coach. I'm like, look, you can blame the coach because that's his job to get his players ready. I get these are grown men, but here's the thing. So the game was so depressing for me that I decided after the game I had to go get me some ice cream. And
oh my God, really?
I'm dead.
I did the same, dude. I did this exact same thing. I was so mad. I went and got ice cream
because I felt it was over in the first quarter. I saw how they got that. I saw how slow of a start they got against a team like this in this type of situation. And when they were starting off slow again, I was like, this better be one of these games where the team that ain't got nothing to lose is just going to outplay them. So what happened was I get in the car because I'm blowed. It's like watching a slow death the whole time. That first quarter, I was like, oh, I already know how this is going. I get it, and my car is just automatically set to 92.9, right? And Randy McMichael was talking. He was running down like everything that he felt was just stupid during this game.
Oh God!
Like, from coaching to everything. And keep in mind, this is an NFL tight end, right? Who's giving his opinion as a former NFL tight end of everything that was stupid, from coaching to player personnel to why they're not a fullback. I don't understand it. All this, right?
Oh,
Professional opinion of an NFL tight end. Now, fast forward to ABG, right? Everyone was talking about this ain't on coaching. This ain't in on nobody but cool. And I'm sitting here and people are like going back and forth with me talking about I don't know anything. And I'm like, literally, Ryan McMichael an NFL tight end was on
Yep.
the radio after the game, breaking down the coaching errors,
Yeah.
personnel issues,
Yeah.
everything. And I'm like, so it's just now but cool. But I'm crazy for saying is there's more to blame but cool.
Yeah.
But a professional NFL tight end who played the game said it was more than just cool this game.
First
But
of all,
that's how dense it is sometimes. People in that group, man, like people just so emotional that they can't even have conversations.
look,
But
did you at least
that's my spiel, John.
did you at least leave milk and cookies for Koo? Because that's the other thing, man. They were really upset with us about not leaving out milk and cookies and giving him a hug
But
and
even at that,
telling
like
him,
people hyperbole, like, all right, they say he missed 3 kicks.
yeah.
All right, the first one was 53. Like 50-yard kicks aren't guaranteed in this league by any kicker in the league. Like they're not promised.
No.
They're not chip shots. So I wasn't as mad about them because it was over 50 plus. The second one was blocked. You just give your kudos to New Orleans as a special teams coach. I'm pretty sure he cares about the very small details in special teams. It was blocked. Tip your hat to the team. The third one, yes, that is a kick who should make routine, and he makes it. But it's just a hyperbole. He missed 3 kicks. One of them was blocked. Like it is what it is. Well, he shouldn't have kicked it that low. It's the same trajectory. That's the same trajectory he kicks every time that made him a Pro Bowl kicker. So like people just emotional about it.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up. So let me just all right. So I had John on our show and we were talking. John, didn't you remember who I blamed this loss on, right? Do you remember?
Let me see. Who did you blame? Because C-Dub, I was so mad.
I know. No. You're good.
I can't remember
the heck. No. My first person I was going to smoke for was Raheem Morris. Because I said the first thing I said when it was the home game, he was engaged. He was like, we got to be in this. This is the rivalry game. But it was on the road game. Kiki, ha ha. Look at me. I'm going to swag surf. Yeah. He literally looked like he could give 2 Fs. And let me tell you, those fans that were on Bourbon Street parading, they brought so much energy, but the Falcons couldn't bring anything because they were so flat. I mean, that first quarter, like Keely said, it was torture. Like, it was 144 yards to 26. The play calling, it's like this. I could go towards Jimmy Lake. I could go at, Zach Robinson. I'm definitely looking at Zach Robinson, all right, because the play calls, I want to smack them. When something's working, stick with it. And I'm looking at Raheem. One of the biggest fears I had, or not biggest fears, I said, this is how I'm going to test Raheem. I'm not looking on how you go against the better teams. No. How are you against the bad teams? And I told you guys, I was concerned because every time we play a bad team, what happens? We always no-show. We always have a flat thing. This is this is what falconing is. We literally will play down to the competition. And it's embarrassing. And then, okay, they're mugging our receivers. Does our offensive coordinator not know how to run slants or rub routes or something where you can actually get those guys off the guy to get freed up? These are just simple questions. Your running backs are gashing up the New Orleans Saints defense. Why are you not sticking with it? Your offensive line got blown up on a couple of pass plays. On the special teams block, who's to say some of those guys didn't get pushed back, way back? And that's how the block happens. You were supposed to come in this game with a mentality of, I'm taking this. This is our division. But really all you did was just get beat by a last place team. By the way, they are still last place because they lost to Carolina. So that should tell you, they're 3-7. But again, we did not show up. We took a team for granted. And if you want even more proof, then explain to me how else does MVS get wide open twice on long pass plays, one being a touchdown, the other, and then they ended up throwing it to him in the end zone for his third reception. By the way, he only had 3 targets, and those were the 3 catches. And I will say this. I'm not going to say, oh, Jimmy Lake is this great defensive coordinator because he can adjust the game and make such great spots because, number one, you are an Alvin Kamara drop away from the game getting away from you. And then the other thing I want to bring up, and then I'll pass it to Coach because I know he's got more to say, is how can you see Kurt struggling with the Saints defense? Help him out. Bijan was cooking.
That's exactly where I was gonna go. Because look,
go ahead.
Kurt, and people got at me in ABG about this, John, because I said Kirk. The reason we punted Ritter up out of here outside of 285 is because last year we were kicking field goals and punting. That's what we were doing. We were averaging 16 points a game. Drives were stalling out. We were kicking field goals and punting. And this is not an indictment on who Kirk is because he's had a great season thus far. He's due for a rough game every now and then, right? But let's keep it 1,000. What were we doing yesterday? Kicking field goals and punting. That's exactly what we punted Ritter out for and paid him $100 million guaranteed to not be him. That's the reason we gave him $100 million is because that's what Ritter was doing. So when people in ABG, I'm telling you, I was like, Kirk admitted as much in the press conference. They were like, well, he's supposed to. He's no, but that's what was happening. He in the post-game press conference, he said, I am not supposed to put Koo in those situations. It's my job to score touchdowns. And that's the truth. Like, that's why ABG, like, people in it, some of them are just emotional. I don't want to call people slow. Some of them are slow. But that's what we paid Kurt to do, is to score touchdowns. He had 0 touchdowns and an interception. It was a rough day. Some of it I don't put on him. When your left tackle is hitting you mid-throw because he got bull rushed by Chase Young. Chase Young on his, third or fourth team now. Like, and all of a sudden they made him look like he was Aaron Donald. But some of that is just a total offensive failure. But with that being said, that was the reason we punted Ritter and paid him $100 million so that we wouldn't be kicking field goals and punting all day.
I mean, see that, and before I pass to Coach, the last thing I wanted to say was, the biggest frustration is, we have complained about the defense a lot. My question is this: why did this defense become so bad all of a sudden? Because last year wasn't this bad. I'm talking in the first half, and then the second half. Jimmy Lake, wink, wink. Let's be honest, Jerry Gray, maybe Raheem, and all the other coaches going, this is what we're going to do. But, we can't make Jimmy look bad. But anyway, all I'm saying is all these guys that we have on this defense, we still can't sack the quarterback. But yet, when Ryan Nielsen was here, he was getting the most out of these guys. Besides the obvious, what happened? Did the Monstars show up and drained all the defensive players of Townsway? Or is it the simple fact you're Coach, I'm going to give you the floor before I go in.
Oh no, go, bro. You fine? Finish your
no, because I have a feeling you'll probably say the same thing. But that's what I've thought about this a lot. The defense, they're not the same, and obviously, it's not like we had that many new guys there. But it's a scheme, and we all said it. You went to the draft deadline or the trade deadline. You still had needs. You still have needs for a D tackle. You didn't go get one. And now here we are in this situation where our linebackers are about kaputs, and we're still in this situation. So, like I said, passing it to Coach.
And hey, Coach, go ahead. But there's a comment that's coming up. I'm going to hold that comment. And after you get through, Coach, we're going to talk about that comment. And I believe we've been joined by Tidy.
Tidy!
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone.
What's up, brother?
Now, Tidy, my budget, I'm just barely able to pay these jokers here. Now, see, that superstar budget is just going to throw my whole fiscal situation into a tizzy. You know, I'm going to have to do some illegal stuff.
John, I'm like Troy Anderson. I'm in my 3rd year and I'm struggling, bro. So it don't cost peanuts.
All right.
Hey, trust me, my agent will be in contact with you. Turn the renegotiation for 2025.
See what I'm talking about. See what you've done. You've changed the market. And see, it's only because me and Winston got a real good relationship that he ain't asking for no more money, but he probably will, because just as soon as he starts smiling, just as soon as Winston, there you go. That's $20 million more right there just for the smile.
Hey, John, the man's about to get married. You know he's going to need to ask for some money. Look, I mean, I was just going to ask for a ham sandwich and some chips, but dang, if you're going to get money, I'll take that.
I already got his raise calculated, but see, just as soon as he starts smiling, see, that's at least another $5 million right there, just because of that. But hey, Coach, go ahead and go ahead and talk about it, Coach.
Fellas, at this point, I really feel like I'm beating a dead horse. Everyone knows. Everyone on this panel knows me fairly well and knows, I say things and I'll just stick to them, and I catch so much flack for it, but it ends up being, true down the line. A great example was, Desmond Ridder. I said from day one, he was garbage. Oh man, it's just 4 games.
You can't take credit for that one, though. You can't take credit for that one.
Yeah,
I said, before when he played those 4 games that he was trash, and I caught so much flack, so much smoke, and I say it week after week after week after week. And I just catch so much smoke, but I will continue saying it until people see it. And I understand people, keep their fan hat on. The great thing about me, I love my Falcons, but I take my fan hat off all the time. Like, I'm not just going to say, I'm not just going to have smoke-colored glasses when it comes to my team because they're my team. And with that being said, man, it's the number one thing a lot of people said about Dan Quinn was, oh man, he's a good guy, he's a player coach, but he doesn't really instill discipline, this, that, and the third. He's too nice, yada yada yada, and I see the same thing in Raheem, man. It's to the point, man. At this point, like Keely said, like C-Dub said, for me, it's a lack of adjustments. Yes, in-game adjustments have been great, but in-game adjustments should be small tweaks to your game plan. It shouldn't be massive adjustments made during a game. You come out completely flat. Like Keely said, as being a coach that has been in the Atlanta Falcons orbit before, what this game means to the Atlanta Falcon fan base, to the Atlanta Falcon organization. If you don't win another game this season, this should be the one seed. This should be the one game you got your guys fired up, ready to go, ready to bust heads, listening to Pastor Troy in the locker room, listening to Lil John. I mean, like, you should have these boys ready to go through brick walls for you for this game. And to come out this flat, this lackadaisical, it's just week after week, lack of discipline. A lot of our drives, are killed from penalties. It's just at this point I'm done blaming the rookie offensive coordinators because, like I keep being told, this their first year, they're learning on the job, even though they're in the NFL. I'm done blaming them at this point. As they say, the fish rots from the head. So I got to go to the head. Raheem put them in place. Raheem is the one who should be preparing his team week in and week out. And unfortunately, I don't care how much smoke I catch. I don't see this team winning, but maybe 2-3 at the most games moving forward, because the teams that we're about to go up against are not going to play with us. Like, they're not going to play with us. It's towards the end of the season. Teams are getting healthy. Teams are gearing up and preparing for the playoffs. It's only going to get harder. And with the zero attention to detail, the zero attention to adjustments, and then I can say that looking forward, I don't think it's going to change because I have 10 games of footage to prove, to show that it hasn't changed in 10 games. So why would I expect it to change in the 7 games moving forward? For me, man, it's just solely the lack of adjustments. Yes, in-game adjustments have been great, but your guys should be prepared. Every game shouldn't start off with us getting punched in the mouth. You know what I mean? And then leaving it to Kirk. Everybody want to blame Kirk, but we got punched in the mouth. So the game plan kind of got to change. He kind of has to throw more to get us back in the game. You can't put an aging statue of a quarterback in that position. Again, as I say, you got to put your guys in the best position to win. And I think a game like New Orleans, and like had this game happened in 4 years, it definitely would have been a fireable type of game, in my opinion. When you look at it, a rival that is just beat up, that is just 2-7 or whatever their record is, they're garbage, and they come and you go to their home and they just walk the dogs on you. So that's my rant, and I'll pass it to Tidy.
All right, Tidy. You ready to drive?
Yes, sir. Got the keys in my hand.
Oh, okay. All right. Just drive this tank of gas out, and I let Red take over.
I got you. All right. As far as the game goes, it went exactly like I thought it would go, like I said it would go. Last Wednesday, here on the eye test, the only difference was we didn't win. I didn't think we would lose the game, but am I by any means surprised? No, I'm not. When you asked us last week, John, our predictions, I said, look, I think New Orleans gonna jump out on us early. They're gonna control the first half. I said they're gonna go into halftime with a lead, which they did. And I said I think we're gonna score a touchdown around midway point through the fourth quarter to have the game win the touchdown, which we almost did, but close but no cigar. But my point is, like, the game went like I thought it would go. In my opinion, I didn't see us going in here and just blowing this team out. I didn't see it. I'm sure that everyone has followed this rivalry for the last 20 years. No matter how bad New Orleans is, the Falcons just don't go in there and whoop ass. It don't happen. It just do not happen. No matter how good we are, how bad they are, we don't go in there and dominate them in their crib. And I knew that they were going to feed off all that new energy in the locker room with them losing their coach And granted, they traded their top cornerback, and they had some guys that didn't play, but that don't always mean that a team ain't gonna rise up to the occasion when it looked like the odds are against them. And that's exactly what it looked like against New Orleans. And I just knew, like, look, we say this a lot. A lot of people said about the Falcons, but this was literally their Super Bowl. Like, no matter what, we on our emotional high right now. We got a new coach. Dennis Allen is out here. Atlanta cannot come in here and win. They can't come in here and win no matter what. And that's exactly what happened. So not surprised about it. It cool. He went 1 for 4 on his field goals. He got to be better, because if we sit up here, we call out coaches, we call out players, and hell, some of us call out the owner when we get real upset. Hell, he can get called out too. You can't go 1 for 4 in the dome. That just can't happen. Now if you playing in January and you got a blizzard going on, okay, we'll be a little more, easy on you. But you in a controlled environment, bro. You got to hit these kicks. That's your one and only job. Make field goals. Ain't no excuses. You gonna get this smoke, just like we give Desmond Riddle some smoke when he was here. Like Matt Ryan got a bunch of smoke when he was here. Like people get a coach smoke while they're here. He is not excused. He gonna catch his smoke. You gotta make those kicks, homeboy. Like you are. I think he's a top 10 or top 12 highest paid kicker. So you gotta make your kicks. Kirk Cousins, he was off Sunday too. Definitely was not his best game. He missed a lot of key throws that could have really changed the outcome of the game. So if he's on his game Sunday, that game could have went a lot differently. That was one of his off games on Sunday. Yeah, he had over 300 yards, but he missed a lot of key throws that really could have changed the outcome of that game. We let the guy Scatling, we let him get off. Justin Simmons, I don't know what's going on with him. I'm gonna give him about another 2 or 3 more games before I write him off. I already wrote Matthew Judon off. But all in all, I thought we would win, but I'm definitely not surprised we lost. That's just how, like I said, you've been following this rivalry the last 20 years. In your heart of hearts, you're really not surprised. You ain't. You can't sit out here with a straight face and say, "Oh, I'm surprised we lost." No, New Orleans been whooping our ass and they don't. That's just how it's been going. So hopefully that changes soon. I'm done.
I'm definitely surprised.
All right. Hey, Red, you in?
I'm here.
Okay.
Are you in the Red Mobile?
Oh, okay.
He's in the Red Cave.
Because
right here, baby. Right here.
Hey, Red.
What's up, man?
That A that comes up when you're there, that reminds me. That reminds me of I laugh all the time about this. Whenever the villains,
I heard you, Keely. That's what I thought he was about to say too.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was going with it.
Hey, whenever the villain would come out, they would always have their first letter on them, like Apocalypse. He would have a big belt with a big A on it. Like, okay, like, I don't know who the hell you is. I mean, that's what they used to do back then. And, Superman with his S, and, they changed the story many times about what that S means and all that. But when I saw that big A, the first thing I thought about, oh, hell, here come Apocalypse on the table. But hey, man, what did you think about Sunday? Because see, now I got, after you get through, I got some more fussing I got to do. Because the more y'all talk about it, the madder I get about this one.
I know you got the fuss, but let me get my thoughts in. I'm gonna let you fuss on. Pretty much, I think my sentiments are probably the same with Titus this week. I mean, look. It's a division game. This is our main rival. They had everything. They had really nothing to lose. I mean, we all know their season is done. Our season, kinda, really, to me, just beginning because we have so many expectations for this season. So, like Titus said, this was their Super Bowl. They were gonna lay it all out on the line, and like everybody else said on the show, we came in slow. We came in slow. I don't know if we took this team for granted. Well, I can't take anything for granted. It's the Saints, but like I say, we just didn't come in as sharp as we didn't start the game as sharp as we have been the past couple of weeks. So when you do that against your rival, you're gonna find yourself behind the 8 ball, and behind the 8 ball, we found ourselves early on. I think Kirk Cousins really, yeah, like Titus said, Kirk Cousins had an off game. He honestly, to me, was trying to do too much. He did not take what the defense gave him. There were times when we had like 3rd and short, and Cousins is going for the home run, and I'm like, dude, what the F are you doing? Do you not see these wide open guys underneath? Hit the underneath routes and let's keep this drive going. He didn't do that. So kind of like Titus said, put us behind the 8 ball a lot. Kirk just didn't. He just had an off game. He really just didn't take what the defense gave. As far as our defense go, well, y'all know I've been said our defense is trash. It's getting to the point I'm not gonna even let them upset me anymore. Now, I mean, I expect nothing from them. When I get something like 3 points in the second half that they allowed, I expect my offense to make do on that, which they did not. So of course, that's why we probably came up being defeated. So all in all, I'm not gonna take too much time. Let John. To all in all, the offense had an off day. The defense had their usual day. And when the offense have an off day and the defense had their usual day, that don't add up to a victory for the Falcons. So offensively, we just got to get together and be ready for this next game versus Denver. Defense, I would appreciate if you can hold a team to 3 points in one half, but I don't expect it every game. I'm not gonna get my hopes up. Coaching wise, yeah, we definitely got out coached by a first time rookie interim coach. Boy, was that guy excited on the sideline. I ain't never seen a coach.
Special teams coach.
Yeah, well, yeah, special team coach who was so pumped up. Lord have mercy. That guy was gonna stroke out on the field. He was so dang excited and emotional. But man, all in all, the Falcons, they let us down because they didn't go to they let us down because they didn't go to New Orleans sharp and consistent and ready to play. And by the time they started to play, the game was pretty much over with, and New Orleans was pretty much about to tear the goalpost down and have all their fans run on the field. So it was just a bad week of football for Georgia teams all together, except Georgia Tech. We should have known when Georgia Tech won and UGA and all the other Georgia teams lost. We should have known it was going to be a bad week. So the Falcons, y'all just followed UGA's footsteps right on into defeat. Hopefully, UGA will beat Tennessee on Saturday, and you can follow UGA's footsteps into victory over Denver. But I know this: we need to get a victory going into the bye week. So, had we took care of the business with the Saints, we probably wouldn't have poo-pooed a victory up in Mile High this week. But now that we lost, oh yeah, we better get a win this weekend. We can't go into the bye losing 2 in a row. So, that being said, offensive, our offense better start this Denver game sharp. But I think we will because we're on the road against a non-division team. So we usually be ready for those games. It's just these division games that have us going to the game saying what team is going to show up. So we got that out of our system, like Titus said. These Saints, man, these division games, man. Luckily, our next one is against Carolina at home for the last game of the season. Now, I'm not sure we have things wrapped up by then. Are we going to be resting players or not for that game? But overall, we'll see what happens. But I know this: we got to go to Denver and get a win on Sunday because we don't want to go into the bye losing 2 straight. Because whatever questions and doubts we had today, Lord, if we lose that going into the bye week, the eye test next Wednesday, it might feel like a vigil or something. You know what I'm saying? Might come in with candle lights and put
Oh no. It ain't gonna be candlelight. It's gonna be a gas burning stove, and I'm gonna have it crunk up. You know how them little old heaters y'all used to have with them 6 little slats in there that be walking across the floor. That's what it's gonna be like next week.
Come on, preach, John.
Yeah,
Preach.
Baptist,
Now,
take care of business so we won't come here with gas lights and all kind of
man,
flamethrowers and stuff.
I'm not holding our breath.
now, see, like I said, I done got another level of mad now.
Oh Lord, I hope it
Mhm.
hope my soliloquy that did it.
Yeah, no, well, you had a little part in it. You had a little
Oh.
part in it. But I'm gonna say this. Now I know, and I had to look back at this myself. And did you know, or do you remember? Let me say that would be better.
Do
Do you remember how we
that
won the
night?
last Saints game?
Oh, it was a long field goal.
It was a bunch of
Yeah, it
special
was
teams plays.
ironically, it was by the same person who cost us this Saints game.
Yeah, and not just that, we had a special teams touchdown, we had a defensive touchdown, and we did not have an offensive touchdown because everything else was field goals.
Wait a minute, are you telling me that Kirk Cousins hasn't thrown a touchdown pass versus the Saints in 2 games?
Nope. Nope. They shut him down. They shut him out.
Nope.
That's not
And-
good, Kirk.
And
So
see,
the reason I
that's
was
the thing.
surprised.
What was that? What was that, Toddy?
No, my bad. Keep going, John.
Oh no. But see, that's the thing, and it goes back to what Wallace Smith said. I said I was going to pin that comment and I was going to hold it, and I wanted to discuss this. I'll say now, Kirk said it himself that he didn't take, and let me see, Keely said it, and you said it also, Red, that he said it himself. Now Kirk has admitted this. Okay, he didn't take what the defense gave him, and he was being too aggressive, trying to get it to Mooney in London when he should have went to Pitts underneath.
Mm-hmm.
When
Or be gone or others.
when
There will be
Tidy,
times to go to Mooney in London. He's just going to him at the times he shouldn't.
now we were watching Sunday night. That was Sunday night, right, Tidy? That we were watching Monday night. We watched the actual game film and we saw this. We saw this with our own 4, 2, and 6 eyes, where people open, instead of you hitting the open man, you trying to thread the needle. Interceptions being thrown where you sitting up here staring at folk.
Lord have mercy.
And that interception that the Honey Badger got, he stared at the man from the time the man got dressed at home that morning until he decided to throw him the ball. And just stared him down, damn near burnt laser burns in his eye. And still tried to, and still put one of those high heaters in there. Honey Badger read it, broke toward the ball. He didn't have to come from the right. He didn't have to come from the left. He broke toward the ball, caught the ball right where the receiver was supposed to catch it. Because you remember Drake London was reaching out with his hand. Okay.
I just feel like someone's watching me.
Yeah. I mean, he, and I've been saying,
on it.
I got my hands on it. He is staring at receivers. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And looking at looking at how we did last time we played New Orleans. The post that I made in the Bird game about, and I think this was right after the game. It was right after the game. It was just a black and white letters, black background post. Don't blame Coop. Oh man, it was just like I had set off a stink bomb in the cafeteria. Everybody.
You said don't blame Coop, John?
Yeah, I said don't blame Coop.
Yeah, he did.
So
the reason
between me and you said don't blame Coop. I didn't say that. I just said there was more blame to go around. That was the difference between what me and you said.
Oh, but hey, Keely, when you said anything else, no, you didn't say that. I was the one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that was the only difference because
it was.
I just said there was more blame to go around.
I saw that and I was laughing because I was like, "You guys are so right," but I know if this is a firestorm, I gotta walk away.
I mean,
See,
really,
it
all three phases of the team could get some blame this week.
well, and see, my reason for saying don't blame Koo is because I kind of remembered what happened in the first New Orleans game. Okay, he saved our natural ass. He saved our ass. That long. Okay, let's look at the field goal: 53-yarder, 44-yarder, 42-yarder, and with 2 seconds left in the game, a 58-yard. All right.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking, poor old disillusioned me. I'm thinking that, hey, since the offense has gotten better, since Kirk Cousins' Achilles isn't a problem, since all of these other things, all of this progress we've made, we're 6-3, maybe Koo can get a little rest. That we don't have to depend on him to win the game.
But that's why you go get a Kirk Cousins. That's why you get rid of a Desmond Ridder and go get a Kirk Cousins. Like that.
Yeah.
That's why you go make that play for Kirk Cousins. So you're not depending on Koo. That's the whole point. Like that's
Sorry.
that all this, man. Look, I don't buy into this New Orleans voodoo. Oh, they half the players don't care about the rivalry as much as the fans do. Like it's their job as professionals are to get on the field and play. Like I don't buy all this extra stuff like momentum and with New Orleans and like they started off slow, and that is a direct reflection back onto the coach because this isn't the first game in which they just came out flat.
If you don't buy into it, Keelan, may I add, why is it that we have notoriously struggled there since this rivalry has intensified?
But we haven't.
Yes,
we haven't. No, we haven't. Look, I've sat in that stadium.
I get it. You go to the games, but let's just look at the data before we get off track. You wanna look at the last 20 years, the home games, how many they won at home compared to how many times we beat them in New Orleans? Do we need to take it that far?
No, but your question was start off slow, right? Was that
no? That's not what I said.
Well, okay, then what did you say then?
I said we always struggle in that dome the last.
We struggle with Drew Brees and Sean Payton there. We have.
We still struggle.
Hold on. No, but overall, even when it was in our house with Drew Brees and Sean Payton, we struggled. So over the entire all right. So here's what I will say. One of my coworkers.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm hearing a little interference.
Oh, sorry.
Somebody talking in the background.
Sorry, that was Amy.
Go ahead.
One of my coworkers is a Saints fan. So I'm fully aware how Sean Payton and Drew Brees have performed both in New Orleans and in our house over this time frame in which Sean Payton and Drew Brees were in New Orleans. So in terms of the last 20 years or whatever the case may be, that time period in which Sean Payton and Drew Brees was in New Orleans, they have flat out kicked our ass, period. Whether it's been in New Orleans or at home. So unless you can prove that there's a distinction where we only struggle in their house over this time period, but not in our house, then I guess there's something there to be said. But flat out, Drew Brees, the combination of Drew Brees and Sean Payton over the years are just flat out more so even Drew Brees, just Sean Payton, because even when he put Taysom Hill in there, he's found a way to still beat us. Like just the Sean Payton era in New Orleans, period. He's kicked our ass more often than not. Whether no matter we could be on a neutral site, Sean Payton has just owned us.
Okay, my question is: so, what metrics should we look at? Should we look at the Sean Payton era, or should we look at the Drew Brees era?
Well, they somewhat coincide. The point I'm making is you can look at the 20 years, but as long as they consist of Sean Payton, those are the years. It's not a matter of where we play. Sean Payton has just simply kicked our ass when he was in New Orleans.
What year did Sean Payton? What was his last year coaching in New Orleans? Does anybody know offhand?
Oh God.
No, it was 2 years. It was 3 years ago. It was 3 years ago.
All right, so it's 2024, so 2021, 2020.
So 2020 was his final year in New Orleans.
2021 at the end of 20. I believe it was at the end of the year. So
It's
Drew Brees
2021.
retired. Drew Brees retired. He coached one more year and he left after that.
He left in 2021, and
Right.
that same 2021 was the year in which that's the beginning of our dark period where 2021 was Matt Ryan last year in Atlanta, so we was trash. We weren't beating anybody during that time.
All right. Before we go there, so
And then it was Mariota.
Okay,
and then
so
it was
can I make my point? Can I make my point?
Okay.
So
I'm just including the context.
I get it. You're gonna have a rebuttal, but let me make a counterpoint. So the last year Sean Payton was there was 2021, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so since 2021, we've beaten them 1, 2 times, including this year. Since 2021, they've beaten us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Let me make sure I counted that right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they won 5 games since Payton has gone or left. We've only won 2.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was the point of the context that I included was that we've been talent devoid during those last couple of years, right? We've been 7-10 every single year with piss poor teams, correct?
But
so
they're
should
talent
have
devoid now.
I'm sorry.
They are devoid of talent now, and they're still winning at home. That's like the point I'm making.
But we're talking about you saying that since Payton has left, right? We're talking about that time period, right?
Right. Well.
So during that time period, what talent did we have on our team?
Well, that's the point you made, because even during the Payton era, we went to the NFC Championship game twice and the Super Bowl once. So that's the point you made. That was never my point. My point was like a 20-year window.
I will crystallize the point I'm making. All right. There's actually a reason. There's a way to explain our performance against the Saints over the last couple of years, right? That's what my point I'm making. Sean Payton has simply whooped their ass no matter it's been New Orleans or here. Okay. When Payton left, we were devoid of talent. 21, Matt Ryan was in his last year. We won the 2021 year in New Orleans. I was there at that game. That was the throw to CP down the sideline. So even though Matt was trash that year, we actually won in New Orleans that year. The next year we got Mariota, and the next year we got Desmond Ridder. I don't know what type of expectation we're supposed to have with Mariota and Desmond Ridder, but those just weren't talented teams. So the post-Payton era, the one time we had a decent quarterback, we did win down there, even though he was trash at that point. So I'm crystallizing that period in which you say we were subpar in New Orleans. Payton kicked our ass no matter whether it was in New Orleans or here. And then the 2 other years we were just trash because we had Mariota and we had Ridder.
So you don't think Kurt's a decent quarterback?
Yeah, I do think Kirk is a decent quarterback, and I think Kirk wasn't the only reason we lost this game. I think there was coaching. I don't buy that is Kirk just got into this rivalry. I don't think in Kirk's first year as Atlanta Falcon that he has some extra juice to him just because we're playing the Saints. Like, he spent the last couple of years worrying about Green Bay and Chicago. Like, I don't buy that when he's circling New Orleans when he sees it on the calendar yet. I don't buy that.
I think you should now if you're gonna be quarterback.
I get it, but the players just it means a lot more to us than some of these like for Matt, who's been there for like 10 years. Who Judon? Do I think Judon, who just got here, has any type of idea of what the Falcon Saints rivalry is? No. I don't think Kirk does either. Like, I think he understands because people tell him, but do I think it means to him what it meant to Matt Ryan, who was facing Breeze all of these years and competing for the division?
Of course
no.
not.
Yeah, I don't buy. I just think this isn't the only game in which the Saints aren't the only opponent in which Kirk had a tough game or started off slow or whatever the case may be. I mean,
Kirk
but
probably
I
thinking that Kirk probably
but,
thinking that Minnesota game is the Saints game for him.
but with that being
Yeah.
said, I don't think it's all on. Like I understand the PFF grades, but I saw pressure in Kirk's face on Sunday. So
Oh man, the offensive line were having a hard time because even though they got some high grades, they were giving up some pressures like you wouldn't
and some of
believe.
it
It
when
was
they felt like
yeah,
what you
yeah.
can't
No, I got
He
you.
does hold the ball too long now.
like McGarry steps on somebody's foot and gives a
Yeah.
free rush to Kirk. Like McGarry can't control that. He stepped on somebody's foot. I get it, but it doesn't change the fact that
You can't have Kirk doing this. You got to pat it like a pack of
literally
cigarettes.
but there were throws in which the offensive line affected a couple of his throws. There were throws in which that were bad, and there was one specifically that keeps playing over and over in my head where he's in mid throw and Matthews hip checks him. I mean, not on purpose,
yeah.
But
Yeah.
So I don't even put it all on Kirk. But there's more blame to go around. But in terms
Is that the
of do I
pass when
believe
he
there's
added it like 2 or 3 times before he threw it? Is that the pass
he
coming?
He could have held it. I'm not gonna say he didn't hold it. All I'm saying is that it's tough to throw when your offensive lineman is running to you while you're throwing.
And you have your receiver, and you also have your receivers getting mugged as soon as they get the ball or into their routes.
I just don't buy that. I just don't buy that. All of a sudden, New Orleans is this place of horrors for Kirk, who has no idea what the rivalry is.
No, not for Kirk. It's just for the Falcons. That's the point I was making. This is a tough place for Atlanta to go in there and win, and that has been proven multiple decades now. You know,
it's been
like
proven
I said,
because of Sean Payton. Yeah, I agree.
But we just look when Peyton left, and we still have only won twice without him.
Yeah, and that's where context come in. I did not have an expectation that Mariota was going to go and beat anybody, and I didn't have an expectation that Desmond Ritter was going to go and beat anybody. Did anybody else have an expectation that those two quarterbacks were going to be Derek Carr?
But Keely, let me say this. This is the point I'm making. Like when you're saying, "Well, I didn't have expectations for Mariota or Ritter," that's cool. That's how you look at it. But that's really the point I'm making. New Orleans, they don't give a damn who is at quarterback. They don't give a damn who hurt. They don't give a damn who coaching. They're going to come to play Atlanta at a different level. We just not there with them these last 20, 25 years. That's the point I'm making. No matter who dresses out, we're about to take it to these Falcons.
I think both of y'all are saying the same thing.
We're not.
Hold on. Let me finish. But the caveat is in the coaching. That is the difference. Even the reason why we have historically had a bad time, like Keely said, and like you said, Toddy, going into New Orleans has been New Orleans had a great coach, a great quarterback. So it's a different game going into somewhere when you are playing against a coach who is great. When Matt Ryan went in there, we didn't have a great quarterback, but we had a above average. I guess. Well, I wouldn't say above. Yeah, above average because he's doing all right. We had above average offensive coordinator / head coach. The difference this year is we're trash at all at both of those phases. So that to me, that's the difference. Yes, we've always had an issue going into New Orleans and winning, but they had what's going to end up being a Hall of Fame coach and a Hall of Fame quarterback. And we don't this year we don't have that. So to me, y'all are saying the same thing, really. It's been the coaching and it's been the players, and that's why it's been hard in the last 20 years to go into New Orleans and win.
You kind of got what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's not that it's tough to play there. I mean,
Right.
it's just that it's tough when Sean Payton and Drew Brees is on the other sideline. The
Right.
other stuff has just been we just haven't been a good team.
Right.
I just think the amount of evidence post Sean Payton isn't significant enough to make a case that people who haven't been on this team are suddenly find it tougher to play in New Orleans than it's tougher to play in Philly. Like I don't believe it.
You can't. Well, that's why I
Well,
said you and Keely saying. I mean, you and Toddy saying the same thing because you kind of can say that because we just went into New Orleans and they had a interim head coach on their sideline, and we still couldn't do nothing with them in New Orleans. When they came to Atlanta, we was able to dog them. You know,
We
well,
were
not
able to
really
dog
dog
them.
them,
Yeah.
not really dog them. Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I just took it back. I took it back. I said we wasn't able to dog them, but we got the win.
Coach,
But going into their home, you know,
Coach, I could agree with that if we didn't see this before. So, like, if going into New Orleans and all of a sudden it's slow and all that, like, then I can say, all right, yes, it's New Orleans. But we did the same start at home against Seattle. Like we played, it was the same thing. Like this isn't the first time we've done this.
Right. Yeah. Well,
so
I totally agree with you. I think it's regular culture. It's a coaching issue. Absolutely.
And
but what I'm saying is y'all are sort of both of y'all are sort of right.
It's more us than spooky New Orleans. I just think it's more us.
Well, all right, I wanted to say because I made a comment basically saying about Cousins, the more he gets hit, the more he kind of reverts to what he was before. And not just that, but also, these hits do take a toll on guys. And also, he's been fumbling the ball when he gets sacked. And I'm talking some hard hits. The other thing I want to
hold on, C-Dub, hold the ball, the ball, and let me run through your back and see if you don't fumble. Come on, man, you can't put that on him. He every fumble he's had has been a blind side. He getting drilled in the back of his head. Every last one of them.
All right, hold on, because Matt Ryan would get sacked and he didn't let the ball fly off his hands all that time. I'm just saying. Cousins has had this issue. Not only that, but then you add the fact people are suspect on Cousins about his playoff record. Now, what I'm bringing up is this. You're about to go to Denver. And this, I said it on my show. Don't make one loss into two losses. Because now you're playing Sean Payton, who has beaten every team in the NFC South so far. Not just that. You're going to Denver. Their defense is top 10 or top 5, and they have top 10 in every category. And I've looked at their games. I don't even know. I can't tell you who their star running back is. I know Courtney Sutton makes plays. I know Bo Nix is not the best, but of all the rookie quarterbacks, he ranks number 1 in the throw or touchdowns and all that. So we're going to have to be ready. And here's the thing. The way our defense is playing, I have no confidence in stopping Bo Nix. That's the sad part. I don't have confidence because I don't know what to expect with Kirk Cousins now. Because I don't know if our offensive line starts getting whipped again. Are they going to bump into Kirk? You see what I'm saying? And my thing is this. You couldn't get hyped up to go against your rival. That really bothers me the most. And we're 0-2 against the AFC, by the way.
Just for context, real quick though, C-Dub, you do understand that the blind side, which is the left tackle, makes the money that they're generally the most paid on the line because it is their job that it doesn't happen to Kirk Cousins. Any quarterback that gets hit blindside, 80 to 90% of the time fumbles because they are not expecting that hit. So I just want to make sure that people don't start.
And plus, also the quarterback sometimes is in the midst of throwing.
Yeah,
and
that's the other.
Yeah.
Oh, and I get all
that's the
that.
other caveat about that.
Yeah.
Hey, Winston, you want
go
a
ahead,
piece of this
Winston.
before I get in here? Cause see now I got a grave I got to dig.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay. Now,
Winston's like, man, dig, I want to watch this.
John, let me go get the shovels real quick.
Oh, hey, look here. It's one of them army shovels, the one with the point on it, to make sure that I run into the rock, I'm busting it up. Now,
I need one, dude.
Well, okay.
See, Doug, who you
Tidy, and this is for Tidy and Keely. Going back even into the Mora years, man. Hey, it's been a dog fight. It's been a dog fight between the Saints and the Falcons, and it's a situation where sometimes we play down to the level of the competition. I don't, Tidy, I'm just gonna tell you like this. I do not understand what it is. I don't understand what it is. You know, now some years, true, the Falcons have had a dearth of talent. Okay, we couldn't win the game. There was no way we could win the game because the mad scientist and his first apprentice were on the other side, Sean Payton and Drew Brees. And I remember when Payton went and got Brees because they thought Brees was done because of his shoulder. They thought Brees was done. He devised a little offense for him and put him out there. And New Orleans, you know, they were always tough to beat. Even, and I go back to the Mora years again, because San Francisco, when we were in the NFC West, San Francisco used to have fits with New Orleans because of that defense that they had. Offense wasn't worth two flies dead, squished, and sprayed. But that defense with Robert Pig Golf, Jumpy Gethers, them jokers, Pat Swilling. Now what? Yep,
Sam Mills,
all of them, man. I mean, them jokers. Yeah. San Francisco used to catch hell when New Orleans went out there, and especially when they came down there to the Superdome.
Mm-hmm.
So,
beignets,
and
man.
I remember distinctly. When they reopened the Superdome after Katrina, was that a Monday night game? Can you remember? Was that a Monday night game?
Yeah, Monday night, Katrina.
It was a Monday night game. But my dad.
Oh my God, yeah.
Staring up at the ceiling the whole game.
That was the block kick. That was the
Now this is the thing about that game. They took the Falcons when the Falcons went down to New Orleans. They took the Falcons on a tour of what New Orleans looked like after Katrina. I thought that was the biggest mistake in the world. I thought that was the biggest doggone mistake in the world. If you're going to go on tours and look at stuff like that, you do that after the game. Yeah. You do that later. You do not do that when you are coming down there to whoop their natural ass. Yeah. You know, and I always said, look, man, come on. And now they got a statue down there because that particular game launched them toward the Super Bowl. That game launched them toward the Super Bowl. So we've done it to ourselves. They've done it to us. Shoot. During the Sean Payton and Drew Brees years, they caught up in the overall head-to-head matchup during that time because we basically didn't have a sense of direction. We didn't. Bad, untalented team, bad coaches. It was just a whole bunch of stuff to get us where it's 56-55 New Orleans now. Okay, we were tied up
No, it is tied. It's tied now.
No,
We
no.
were up one.
Yep,
It's
yep.
now tied.
Tied
I
now.
thought
Yeah, it's now
I thought
tied.
we tied up earlier.
No, we were
We
winning.
got one up. Yeah, we got one up on them when we beat them,
Okay,
We are
and then yeah,
55 going into the game. We lost. We're down one.
No, we're not. We're tied one. We were
it's
up
tied.
yeah,
one.
we're tied now.
Tied.
Are y'all gonna make me look this up?
No, it's
I'm
tied.
telling you, it's tied.
Yeah,
well,
it's
hey,
tied.
I know it's
go ahead and check.
I know
check
it's
behind
tied
me.
because I was sending every Saints fan the record when we won earlier in the year. So I know we're tied now. I was sending every
keep up
Saints
with it.
fan the record.
It's tied.
Yeah. Oh, and also, Mr. James Holloway is in, and did that look like Ritter again? I mean, he must.
No, that's cool.
No. That's cool. That's an offensive lineman choking coup. It's awesome. I love that picture.
I knew I was smelling the turd, John.
I will say this. I will say this, John, Keely, and Toddy. I know that rivalry games are actually like a real thing. Like teams do, for whatever reason, like get hyped more for a rivalry game. That's why I said it's, for me, it's such an egregious way to come out that lackadaisical and flat for a rivalry game. I know it's not the same sport, but it's the closest rivalry that I know of from Atlanta Falcons to New Orleans Saints is my beloved Blue Devils to the Bum Heels. Like, it don't matter if it's all new players on both teams. It's they playing their first time ever against each other. But there's the history of both teams that make it so much hatred between the two. So like people show up, they play harder. They're a little more nasty. Like, when the Falcons play the Saints, and there's a dog pile. I'm sure there's people punching and pinching and all sorts of extra stuff. It's definitely a thing.
I don't think, but college football and the pros are just like, there's people who just haven't been on this team long enough. The way that the rosters flip over, like, I don't think you're going to get that type of thing. And it's the
history. It's the history, Keely. It's not so much the players.
What I'm saying is the history matters to the history matters to us, the people in the games. I don't think Judon cares about the history. I don't think he gets extra juice for the Saints. I don't think Simmons gets extra juice for the Saints.
What about
this is what I'll say. This is what I'll say to that, Keely. If you listen to, like, if you ever watch like the NFL, the show on Fox before the game, and you hear Michael Strahan talk about like the Cowboys, like you can still hear the hatred and the hate, the hating undertone.
15 years. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
Against him for 15 years in and out. That's what I'm saying. Like, do Grady probably care a little bit more than everybody else? I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, Strahan played. He was a lifelong Giant. Like, I'm pretty sure every single division rival in that division, he probably,
Let me say this about it. I think what's not being given enough credit is the big brother, little brother factor that applies to football. When we was always the big brother for the longest in this rivalry. For the very longest, we was always cocky, because we couldn't beat nobody but New Orleans for a long time. San Francisco would put a foot in our, the Rams would put a foot in our, and everybody outside of the division would DDT us and and all that stuff. So New Orleans was really the only team we could beat on a somewhat consistent basis for the longest time. And like you say, John, we had a 10-game lead in this series once upon a time because we was the big brother.
We beat them in New Orleans like 5 years straight, from 95 to 99. So it wasn't a tough place to play then.
Right. Well, let me finish.
Let
me finish. So when we got Michael Vick, that changed a lot in this rivalry. Because one thing during the Michael Vick era in this New Orleans Atlanta rivalry, Michael Vick owned the Saints. And then it took another dynamic and it intensified because not only now was it New Orleans versus Atlanta, it was cousin versus cousin. Michael Vick, Aaron Brooks. So when Vick got here, he started dominating New Orleans, and a bit of that rivalry got into our fan base. And y'all remember back then, we were just so cocky with New Orleans. We still big brother. We got Michael Vick. Something y'all ain't got, something you ain't got, nothing close.
You got discount. Yeah.
You got the cousin. We got the real guy.
And something that you want to have. So we had even a bigger big brother factor. Now, Vic leaves. A few years later, they get Drew Brees. And I'll add Sean Payton, but I really think it was more Drew Brees, but we'll add Sean Payton. They get Drew Brees. Now, they have their own element of a big brother factor, and they change the dynamic of this series. And now all this cockiness and the aura that Atlanta fan base had for so long, and that energy we had, and believe it or not, y'all, energy does exist on football fields. All the energy that we had, now they got it. And I hate to admit this, but I'm gonna keep it 5 million. Now they big brother. And until we find that dynamic athlete to come in here and change it back and make them little brother again, they gonna keep having that cockiness about us. That's why we have seen these last 25 years how they diss us. They put they had us in Mardi Gras, and I remember I went to the game in 2007. They rented a prop plane and flew 28-3. Never forget. So that's why I feel like these last 20-25 years it's been hell on heels for Atlanta to win in their crib, because they got that aura, they got the big brother factory, and they got the energy that we used to have. I'm done.
I don't think Chase Young cares about the rivalry. Like I
you don't think who cares about it?
Chase Young.
Chase Young
Just got.
I mean,
but I don't think he cares. He's playing for a paycheck.
You keep saying that, and I never really mentioned Chase Young.
He's on the Saints team.
I know that.
All the history you just went through.
Kill it.
It means more to us than
you heard what you wanted to hear. You didn't hear the main point. I talked about the aura, the energy, the fan base. That stuff matter whether you want to believe it or not. You went to those Falcons games in 2016. You saw what our fan base did to those opponents. That stuff matter. Whether you want to believe it or not, it matters.
I don't believe it. You're right. I don't believe it. And it don't matter. Like, you believe it, I don't believe it. That doesn't mean it exists or it's reality.
So why does home field advantage matter so much in football? Exactly.
It doesn't.
I rest my case.
You didn't make a point. It doesn't.
Oh, so you want to sit here and say that the home field team don't win more times than not? That what you're saying?
The fan base, the home field advantage is a real thing.
Thank you, Winston.
In college football more so. These people are
in all football, bro. In high school too. I'm telling you this. You come down to Warner Robins with any team you want to bring on our best day, we're gonna get them a problem.
If Kansas City plays in Carolina, there's nothing that crowd doing Carolina can do to affect that. I'm sorry. If the better team more often than not actually wins the game. That's just been proven throughout history. More often than not, the better team actually wins. No matter where they play, no matter where the crowd.
In history, don't better teams lose more on the road?
When Pittsburgh come to Atlanta, they make it Pittsburgh Stadium. They make it Pittsburgh Dome.
Yeah,
they do that with everything.
They do. Yeah, go ahead, Rich. My bad.
Oh no, that's all I'm saying.
No,
Pittsburgh.
Okay, all right. So what that
let me just say this real quick. A great
going to the playoff.
Bro, I saw Nick Saban at his peak. Nick Saban at his peak go on many of road games, and it really didn't matter how loud Vanderbilt got. Nick Saban was rolling over them. They would just be better teams.
You're using all-time great teams as an example, bro. We get that part. You ain't gonna beat the Bulls when Michael Jordan was there. We get that, dog.
Has Kansas City is Kansas City the best team in the league this year?
Yeah, they the back-to-back champs.
They've been squeaking by games.
They the best team until somebody knocked them out the playoffs, bro. Come on, you using unfair advantages. You using Kansas City. Then you talking about Bama. We get that. They're gonna be unique teams.
2023 Kansas City is not 2024. This isn't college football where they return senior players.
They are back-to-back champs, bro.
And they are not the same team.
Hold on.
Somebody beat them in the playoffs. Somebody beat them in the playoffs. We'll talk.
Hold on.
Let me reality, though. We could talk hyperbole, but the reality is this is a different roster than what they were in 2023.
How many games they lost? How many games have they lost? Thank you. Go ahead.
Hold on. Hold on,
That doesn't mean they're dominant. They just been squeaking by.
It means that they're winning, Keelan. Come on, bro. Now you just talking about people don't like to admit they're wrong. That's what you're doing right now.
No, that's not the point.
That is what you're doing. They're on like a 15-game winning streak, cuz. What point are you making with that? They don't want the last 2 Super Bowls.
That's the only team I can think of that hasn't lost a road game. I don't care what team. This is a team that's won on the road. That's the only point I'm trying to make. It just so happened that that's the only team I know for sure has not lost a road game. We're talking about teams that play on the road, correct?
Hold on. Let me jump in here.
They're not an all-time great dominant team.
Keely, I will say this. Energy does matter, and here's a great example that we all should be able to agree with. When we played the Green Bay Packers for the NFC Championship, the Green Bay Packers actually were a better team. They had a better record than us. They were a better team. They came in the dome. That energy, I didn't go to the game. I've never been to a game. I watched it on TV. You could literally feel how raucous and rocky that crowd was. You could feel the energy. I don't think if the 82 Bears were in that building that night, they would have beat the Atlanta Falcons.
Coach,
it just was the energy.
We was the number 1 seed, and it was a ruckus and loud Georgia Dome. And Aaron Rodgers with 14 players on IR came here and whooped our ass with a ruckus crowd on the road. Like, it's okay. It didn't matter to him. Like, these are professionals, bro. It's not like they've never played in a rough territory or a rough crowd.
Yeah, no, we're not. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that energy that players do feed off that
energy.
He
sent me home crying, bro. Like they.
What you talking about? 2012? You talking about 2012?
2010 season.
2010
season. We were the number 1 seed. We were 13-3. We hosted the playoff game. They were like barely a wild. They were a wild card team. Got in with like 9.
Yeah, and they beat us like 40 points.
And they whooped our ass in front of a ruckus crowd. Like, they're professionals.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
But what I'm saying is,
something I got to say
feed off the energy, though. They definitely do.
I'm just
saying it's overstated. That's my point. Okay,
overstated
because these are professionals. They played in every type of crowd, every type of environment. They played in snow. They played in droughts. They played in everything. They're professionals. Why do
you still see professionals try to hype the crowd up then if it don't matter that much?
I said it's overstated. I'm not saying that it's just no effect. I'm just saying that, look, Tom Brady, you can hype the crowd all you want. I promise you, Tom Brady's still going to be Tom Brady.
You keep using the best in the sport to make your points, bro. But
who would you like? Baker. Is Baker great? Is Baker great? No, he's a professional quarterback. He doesn't care about the crowd.
But I'm saying you trying to use it. You trying to use advantageous comparison. You use Brady.
And because y'all were complaining, I substituted him for Baker. So let's focus on Baker. You got what you wanted.
Go ahead,
He's no longer talking about Brady.
Go ahead, John.
Now, does Baker still make plays?
You're right. Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
But I'm in a feedback loop. All right. Now, okay. The NFL. What are you guys doing? At any rate, the NFL. Do you remember? And this is for everybody. Prior to 2 years ago, you had two teams. Correct me if I'm wrong. That had first round bye with a guaranteed playoff game, first playoff game in their house. Wasn't it two teams? The first seed and the second seed. All right. Now, playing a home playoff game or having home field throughout the playoffs was an important thing. Now, that does not guarantee that you're going to win the game. That doesn't guarantee you're going to win the game, but it is something that people played for so that they didn't have to travel. They knew that 9 times out of 10, and you have some exceptions to this, 9 times out of 10, the place was going to be stacked with their people in the crowd. Hold on, I'm bringing James back. James keeps dropping.
Flacco go on the road 3 games straight, who's not an all-time great, and go to a Super Bowl and win it. Like, I mean, it's just overstated. These are professionals.
Oh, okay, but I understand the professionalism aspect of it, because yes, you're absolutely right about the fact that everybody that's out there playing football is supposed to be a professional. They're supposed to be able to be capable of winning no matter where they go. No matter where they go, no matter who it is that they're playing. But there is something to be said for home field advantage. There's something to be said for home field advantage. Now, we can't really say anything because, okay, just like the example that you guys gave about Pittsburgh. Hey, Pittsburgh is one of those old franchises. They will take over your trap, but you ain't gonna take over that. Because they got season ticket holders for years. That's one thing you're not going to do.
I mean, Keely right in a way. In football, everybody's saying some truth. Yes, momentum is big. Momentum does help. In football, it's not as much of a big advantage as it is in basketball. In basketball, it literally will change the entire game. In football, maybe not so much. Football.
What are you speaking of, Coach? What are you speaking of that will change? May or may not.
I gotta go find people that meets everybody's qualifications, like Jalen Hurts on the road.
Momentum. Like momentum, energy, home field, all of that. It matters, but it doesn't quite matter as much as it does in basketball. Like basketball is totally different.
Well, wait a minute now. One play can change the momentum in a football game and swing. I mean, the swing that you experience, that especially if you're on the bad end of the momentum,
right? Because football is the ultimate team sport. Football is the ultimate team sport. You literally one player literally can't win like the Super Bowl, whatever. In football, it takes the whole team. Nah, in basketball, one player can take you. Basketball is definitely different.
Can I ask a panel a question real quick?
Sure,
yeah, I'm being a little facetious.
Hey, what's up?
No, that's my bad. I thought that was James.
That's tidy.
How many national championships does Kirby Smart have?
Two.
All right.
As a head coach. Head coach.
Right. Two is the right answer. What was he doing? What was he doing about a month ago that some people criticize him for, and then some people say, "I don't blame you." What was he doing? Anybody know?
Oh, Jesus!
I'll tell you, he was complaining to the University of Georgia's crowd, saying they ain't being loud enough. They ain't being rowdy enough.
Oh, yeah.
It's his players feed off that. That's a coach who don't want back-to-back national championships telling you the importance of the home field crowd. Now, are you gonna win every game at home? Of course not. My only point in bringing this whole equation into this debate is when you got a certain type of crowd, a certain type of aura and confidence already, and then your crowd bringing that energy, it will significantly increase your chances of winning. That's all I'm saying. Of course, you ain't gonna beat the all-time greats when they play every time at home, but you do have a far better chance of winning a game when you're at home. That is a proven fact.
That is not a proven fact. More often, the proven fact is more often than not the better team wins.
No.
matter who's on the field.
You want to bet on that? You want to bet $100 on that?
Hold on.
We could bet name the amount. More often than not, the better team wins.
Hold on, just a second, Winston. Let me get this easy money. Do you want to bet $100 that the home team don't win the majority of NFL games?
That's not what I said. I said more often than not, the better team wins. So in your college football example, there are more teams that are ranked higher. They win more often than not. They win more so than being upset. That's the point. The higher ranked team wins more than the lower ranked team. No matter where they're playing on the road, the higher ranked team wins more often.
I'm sure I can dig tonight and find some data that
please do. But more often than not, the better team simply wins.
All right, let me finish. I'm sure I can find some data that'll show that better teams lose at a higher percentage on the road than they do at home. I guarantee you that.
Okay. Homework assignment.
Hello, fellas.
Hey, go ahead, Wilson. Go ahead, Wilson.
Well, saying hello, y'all. How y'all doing tonight? I'm here. I just had to do something.
Hold on, James.
Hey, what's up?
I'm just saying, hey, Winston.
There's two conferences, right? Each conference, all teams in those conferences try to play for the best record. Why?
Home field advantage.
Okay.
And see that's what I was saying. Hey,
that's really it. You want to play home, and when the rubber meets the road, you want to play at home.
Yes, what you want and what actually happens are two different things, though. Like everybody wants to play at home. That's great. However, at the professional level, to say that, all right, so do the home team win more often than the road team, like throughout the league, or is it even? What do anybody know?
Oh, the home team. I done looked it up. Trust me, and it's a significant amount. But go ahead.
That the home team wins.
It's a significant amount. That is a facto. Go ahead with your point.
Oh, Keto just did I answer your question? You researching?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and research.
Hey, James, you had something?
What's going on, y'all? I was saying, hey, in the beginning and everything like that. Gun ain't paid my contract, so I'm gonna keep the camera off today.
Any excuse will do.
Damn. Only reason mine off, I'm doing homework while listening to y'all. But go ahead.
I don't see how you concentrate.
Hey, we appreciate y'all cameras off, man. So don't worry, we're not upset.
And yeah, Red. I wasn't gonna.
You gotta show off that picture. You gotta show off that picture, man. Don't worry.
Hey, Millie Mill. Yeah, we going to Google because our memories are bad.
What you think, James?
I was in for parts of it and everything like that of that nature. And he mentioned Bama. And what you were saying about Bama, Keely, I just want to get some understanding first. Before when y'all was talking about
that, James ain't tolerating no Bama slander.
What I said was but his excuse is I'm picking a historically great team. The point is that more often than not, the better team just simply wins. So when Nick Saban was at his peak, whether it was he was playing on the road or playing at home, more often than not, he won those games just by simply being the better team. Nick Saban goes to Vanderbilt or goes to Florida or whatever the case may be. The better team more often than not won. However, the excuse that they're gonna make is that because I picked historically great team. If I'm saying the better team, I don't know. And if I'm saying the better team, I don't know why I'm supposed to use a not good team as an example, but that was the point I made.
Okay. You see, when Saban was at his peak and he had those historically great teams, he still had one or two schools he struggled with. In 2014, 2015, it was Ole Miss. And during this team, the whole time, one of the teams he struggled with was Auburn. And even games he was supposed to win by 30 points with Ole Miss dropped 30 on Bama. I agree with you to an extent when it comes to the better team always win.
Well, I didn't say always. I said more often than not. I don't want to get
Yeah,
trapped in some
the better
absolute.
team.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
There are no absolutes.
Yeah, I don't want nobody to because people try to get caught up in semantics. Oh, this and that. Oh, this and that. Yeah, I'm just trying to avoid it.
I mean, now look to your point. Now look, when the Falcons have good teams, the 2016 season, I'm sure we went on the road and kicked some ass. Yeah, we kicked Saints ass that year that we had the 2016 season. So, like I say, more often than not, the better team is gonna win. But home field, home court, just being at home, period, does have some advantages. But I mean, if you're not better than the other team, boy, you better have a perfect game. You better have miracles, all kind of things going your way. Refs better be paid off and everything.
And see, the thing is, when it comes down to it, I agree with Tyler in a sense as well, because for the simple fact that aura and you having that big brother feel when it comes down to you being at home plays a major role. And the Saints for the last 10 years have feel like they are the big brothers in this rivalry. Even if they have a losing record. When they play the Falcons, it's like they're a Super Bowl to them, so they're going to give it their all. And that's what you've seen Sunday.
Okay.
I think we had to start. Oh, my bad.
Okay, now I'm getting ready to really throw some paprika and a little pepper into this soup. 1998 NFC Championship game. Were we a better team? Were we a better team than the Vikings?
No, but that was our Super Bowl.
Wait. Now, why weren't we? Okay, now, Red, you say no. Now, everybody, I want everybody to answer this.
We was not the better team. That's the truth.
Chief, it's not because the data I already pulled. It's really like right just above 50.
All right, so
50. Like, what? Oh, okay. What are you answering, Keely?
57.
No, it's not even that. It depends on what time period. So, for example, it says looking at data collected since 2015, the following is true about home field advantage. The win rate for home teams during this stretch from 2015 to 2020 is only 55. 19 franchises have enjoyed a home field probability over 50. So that's just a little bit over half.
Okay,
New England
now
over that period have the best record at home, winning 80. So basically, the better teams.
Now for that metric, we got to do the whole history of the NFL.
Yeah, and so far, what I'm seeing is that from these articles, it's saying that rate has been decreasing. So, for example, I saw an article right here. It was talking about farewell to NFL home field advantage as home teams have a losing record through the first 5 weeks. So, like they've had started seasons like this. So I'll keep researching. And all this stuff, but it looks like over the years that this home field advantage has basically been shrinking. But go ahead.
Yeah, and well, I can definitely say ours shrunk in 2021, 22, and 23 because we were horrific, and no amount of home field advantage was going to help us. You know, that's one thing I want to say about that. But as far as my question, and I need to go back to that question. The 1998 Falcons. Keely, do you think? Let me ask you, Keely, do you think that the 98 Falcons were a better team than the Minnesota Vikings?
I would say
coming into the game.
Coming into the game, I'm pretty sure Vegas had them as the favorite. I would say that they were the Vikings were the better team.
Okay, what you think, Winston?
I think the Vikings are the better team. I agree with you, Keely.
Okay, Coach.
My bad. I wasn't even listening. Say that again.
1998, Vikings or Falcons, who was the better team?
I'm pretty sure the Falcons were favored. I would think they were.
Not 2008.
No, because
you talking about the greatest. You talking about the Dirty Birds, right?
Yeah.
I would say that they were favored.
I think. Let me see. Where we? Oh, okay, Tidy. No. Excuse me, Coach. Hold on. I got to go back to you, Coach. I asked, which team did you think was better? Was it the Falcons or the Vikings? Not what anybody else. Not what anybody else rated. But before the game started, which team do you think was the best? You personally.
I would say I thought the Falcons was all around better team.
Okay, Tidy.
Coach, that sounds like something you would think too.
I mean, I would think so.
Tidy.
Well, being I was a teen at the time, even though Atlanta was my team, I was influenced by the media and what everybody was saying. I thought Minnesota was the better team. But I'm just going to say this without being long-winded. The Falcons were ranked in the top 10 in both offense and defense. Minnesota was not. So, like Coach is saying, the Falcons technically were a more balanced and you could argue better team.
Okay.
So Minnesota defense was not been ranked in.
It was like 15th.
Yeah, they were like middle. Yeah. Going into the game, I was a fan of the Falcons, and I was believing the Falcons had a shot. But I did think the Minnesota Vikings were the better team because, I rode Randy Moss all the way into the fantasy playoffs. So, I felt really good about myself.
Oh, they had fantasy back then?
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, I was a little wee grasshopper.
The Vikings, Vegas had Vikings favored by 11 for that game.
Okay, and Keely, keep that thought right there. Red.
John, you already know. I didn't even think the Falcons had a glimmer of a hope to win that game until Mr. Clutch missed that kick. From that point on, that's when I started thinking, okay, we might have a chance right now.
All right, James.
I thought with the talent wise,
James probably thought we had a great chance.
Man, see, look, man, I'm about sick of you, Red already. Now, for me, when I analyzed that game, when I sat down and analyzed that game, I said talent wise, it was Vikings, but more of a balanced team, like everybody's saying, what Coach and Tidy was saying. I thought the Falcons was better in that department in '98.
Okay, now I asked all of y'all because I just wanted to see what your gut feelings were as far as that game was concerned. Now, Keely said that we were favored by how much, Keely?
No, we were underdogs.
That's right.
We were 11-point underdogs. That was considered an upset, that game.
Right.
That was not
right.
We were 11-point underdogs.
Now, and part of the reason, because see, the thing is that the Falcons, in a lot of people's opinion, and I had trepidations about going to Minnesota, because it was that same field that we lost the World Series in, same stadium. If I'm not mistaken, y'all correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're right. The Herbert Humphrey Huber Dome, whatever they called it.
Yeah, HHH, Humphrey Dome, whatever.
The Metro Dome.
Yeah. That
Man, that's right, John. You're all right. I hated that.
That plus the fact that Minnesota was 15-1. We were second seed. We were second seed because we were 14-2.
We only lost 2, didn't we?
Yeah, that's right. We only lost 2. We were 14-2. That's the best Falcons regular season record we've ever had.
Right.
No,
they only averaging 35. Minnesota was averaging 35 points a game. That was like a historic pace at that point. 35.
Yeah. Minnesota was getting.
One, ain't that the number one offense of all time? That Minnesota team.
I don't know. I know that it was at one like that 35.
It was a prolific offense. It was a definite prolific offense.
Check out the point scored. I think they scored the most points because it was way over 500.
I thought the Rams beat them. The 90.
They scored
99 Rams. I thought the 99 Rams. I thought the 99 Rams.
That's a good point. They could have. I'm not sure they number. I know the Vikings number was high into the 5. As a matter of fact, I know the Vikings number was high into the 500, and I know our 2016 was like 509 or something, or 510.
But the reason I'm asking all of these questions is because you have dynamics conflicting each other. Okay.
Oh no,
Minnesota was 50.
I'm sorry, Red. You know, because he's a bad man. You know who has the number one offense of all time. Just think about it.
You say he's a bad man?
He's the sheriff.
Oh, Peyton Manning.
Oh,
2013. When he went stupid and threw for 55 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. That's the Broncos team. You talking about the Broncos team?
Yeah,
that was the Broncos team?
That was 2013. 2015,
right.
he had the duck arm in 2015. He was terrible in 2015.
First time they went to the
wow. So Peyton, that 2000. Oh, my bad, Winston.
No, I'm trying to remember if they made it. I'm trying to remember.
That might have been the one where they lost to Seattle.
Yeah, that's the team. That's the team that got blew out by Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle spanked them. I won some money that game.
Mm-hmm. But that was when he was a robot that year. Peyton wasn't human that year.
Because he had like 55 touchdowns and like 5,400 yards or something.
Yeah,
so Peyton broke all those records. Peyton broke the Minnesota record.
That is the number one offense of all. That's 606 points scored by the Broncos that year.
Wow.
Yep. 2013. And then after that is the Patriots. And then the Chiefs.
2007 Patriots.
And then
that
the
was
Chiefs.
probably when Randy Moss got there, probably 2007 when Randy
Moss. It had to be. I can't think of another Patriots team that was prolific offense. Wow. So where do we rank? Are we top 10? What is our 2016 team?
Ninth.
Okay.
Well, we have 540.
540. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
And
that's tied with the greatest show on turf.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. John, we tied. Our team tied with the greatest show on turf. The Falcons.
Okay, and it's amazing because we ran Jamal Anderson into the ground. I think that was the year he had those 400 carries for only.
No, John. I'm talking about the 2016 team.
2016. Oh,
yeah.
2016. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know how many points.
I'm sorry. Okay. Brain fart. Yeah, brain fart. But the reason why I asked those questions, is because Minnesota had home field all throughout the playoffs that year. They had home field all the way through.
John, one more interruption because you were talking about the dynamics in play for Minnesota and Falcons, right? So Minnesota had a historic offense that year, correct? And the Falcons, in terms of points allowed in terms of defense, they were fourth. So you had the fourth best defense. And a lot of that is a byproduct of just not being on the field because, of course, we ran Jamal into the ground. So they were 4th. Do you know who was 6th?
Pittsburgh.
Yep. The Vikings. So they was on both sides of the
Somebody
ball.
said they went top 10.
In terms of points allowed, they're 6th.
Oh, okay. Points allowed.
And
there
the
we go,
Falcons are
there we
4th.
go again.
Oh, the Falcons were 4th and Minnesota was 6th.
And points allowed defense. Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, the reason why I asked this is something that that is a mantra of mine. And I know I'm finna start some mess. The better team between two teams playing is the team that wins on that day. I know I shocked you.
I guess Falcon was the better team.
Not really.
Well, I mean, come on now. If they go head to head and play, if these two teams, okay, you might be bringing a number 1 offense, defense, or whatever to the game. Okay, that's what you did the week prior to you playing me.
That ain't always true there, John.
Well, hold on. Let me make my case. That and the Super Bowl bears it out all the time. When you come to that one game that you got to win, when it comes to that one game that you got to win, if you lose, you're not as good as that team you played that beat you. Because they beat you.
Yeah, but that's not always true. There's definitely
hey, after the Super Bowl, coach, who carrying the trophy?
Yeah, but it's also factors into that as well. Well, if you're talking strictly just the Super Bowl, I mean, I guess
NFC Championship game, wild card game, conference game.
Then yeah, that's absolutely not true. Because think about the year that Carolina was undefeated, and we were the only team outside of the Super Bowl to give them a loss. We were horrific that year, if my memory serves me correct.
Yes, you were. So we
trash.
So on that day, we were the better team.
No, we wasn't the better team.
You beat them.
We just got to win. Correct. We got to win.
But I mean, we're talking about hindsight of 2020. Going into the game by every metric, I think everyone would say Minnesota was the better team going into the game.
Right. Right.
And I don't think there's no other way to measure who's the better team outside of the W column, though, which is
right
kind of a moot point. But going into it, they were by all measures, that's why they were 11-point favorites. They were by all measures going into it the better team.
Okay, and that's what my point is. That's my point is. When all of the chips are on the table, when you shove them all to the center of the table, and it's time for you to prove who you are, and it's one game, and you win that game, no matter what your ranking is, no matter what they brought to the table as far as ranking, as far as championships, as far as whatever, they walked away with the prize. They walked away with the trophy. Just like the Giants. Just like the Giants. Those 2 times they beat the Patriots. Patriots, they had already patented the perfect season. They had already put their stamp on history and all that type of stuff by winning all their regular season games. But when they met the Giants, I guess Eli Manning was everybody's Achilles heel. But
and that's what I'm saying, John. There's context because it took a lucky catch for them to win. It's that just yeah.
Hey,
A dub is a dub. Absolutely right. But in context, that doesn't always tell the story. Sometimes the better team does the better team of the two does sometimes lose
because
because there's context.
He said for
Because
the
a
day.
bookie gets to the quarterback. Because a bookie got to Carson Beck a couple times.
hey, what were you saying, Winston?
I said you said for that day, the winner is the better team. Not the
Yep.
grand scheme of the year, but for that day, the winner is the better team.
Yeah,
But that's still not always true.
Well, okay. If I got more touchdowns,
The game come down to execution. Who executed? Who didn't? If I executed better than you, then I am better than you. For that moment in time, I am better than you. Now I ain't talking about the grand scheme of a year.
Yeah.
Grand scheme of a year, you can have 13 wins, I can have 3. But for that one glimmering moment, I was better than you. And that was history made of.
All right. Let me ask you this, Winston. This question fit this. All right. Who was the better team between the Cavs and the Warriors in 2016? Because the Warriors won 73 games, right? But the Cavs beat them in Game 7 on the Warriors' home court. Who was the better team?
Cavs.
The NBA referees and the commissioner.
Yeah, they did get a stimulus package.
I forgot. Coach, I should have never asked that question with you on here. I forgot.
Should have the NBA refs and the commissioner. That's who's the best.
Come on.
I mean, but to be fair, we've seen in college football where teams will win a championship with a one loss, right? And that one loss will be some fluke loss. That doesn't mean that team that they lost to during the regular season is a better team than the team that won the national championship. So say Georgia stumps their foot against Florida on a rivalry game and then goes on to win the national championship. That doesn't mean that Florida is the real national champion. Georgia won it all.
No. That and see that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Because see, there are two factors in there.
In that one moment. All right, Buster Douglas and Mike Tyson. Who's the better fighter?
I get the moment, but we're just talking about overall, right? We're talking about.
No, I'm talking about the moment. I'm talking about after the game.
You talk about the moment, but this is.
I'm talking about the moment. Now, the bad part about it is the moment could be a championship involved.
But this is what I would say to that, John. Again, I go back to when we played Carolina, and Carolina were undefeated. You really think that you could say out of your mouth that we were a better team that year than Carolina? Although
I didn't say year.
No. Listen, let me finish. I said you think that we actually were a better team that year on that just because we won that day is what I'm saying.
And I say again, I did not say that year.
Right, but you don't just play one game. You don't just play one game. So because we won that one game that day, you think we were a better team than them?
That day, Coach.
That day, yes, we were.
I understand that. Oh my God.
He were. Coach understands what y'all saying.
You know exactly what we're saying.
I'm telling you, I understand what you're
saying. And see, this is the thing. This is the thing, and this is why I brought up that situation or asked you all about who was a better team between Minnesota and Atlanta. Coming into that game, Keely just said we were 11-point underdog. That was a prevailing bet at that time. 11-point underdogs. All right. We on the road going to Minnesota playing the best. Minnesota was best in the league that year, weren't they?
They were.
Arguably, yeah.
Yeah, they were there. I mean, as far as record was concerned.
Yeah, they were.
15. They only lost one game, 15-1. All right. We were coming into their home, 14-2. 11-point underdogs according to opinions in Vegas. We were, kind of, well, I know I was trepidatious, a little worried about it because of the fact that we were having to play an NFC Championship game, like I said, Red, up there in Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome. We went and we beat them to go to the Super Bowl. On that day, we were better than the Vikings.
Right, but
And
again,
see, hold on, Coach. And the thing is about that, when those moments come up where you are going against another team, and that's what competition is about, to see who's the best on that day.
Yes,
that's what competition is about. So
yes, Don, you are right. But there's a difference between number one playing number two, and you fight it out to see who's the best on that day, versus number one playing number 32, and number 32 lucks up and beats number one on that day. There's an entirely different difference.
Is it luck?
It is. There are, bro. So you mean to tell me that it was in the game plan for Eli Apple to make that amazing catch versus the Patriots to end their perfect season? No, that was that was a great. I think it was Eli Apple, wasn't it?
No, it's not Eli.
Coach.
Eli. It was Eli Manning that threw the ball.
Eli Manning.
It was
and who? Okay, and
wait a minute.
It was
I think Coach talking about David Tyree.
Yeah, it was Tyree. There was Tyree. Okay, but see, this is the thing, Coach. Coach, stuff like that happens during the game.
I understand. Oh my God, I
stuff
get it.
Like that happens during the game, and he made a play, just like Toddy always said. Make a play. He made a play.
I get what y'all are saying. I think we're playing with semantics. I think we're playing with semantics, though. I get the point that y'all making. Like, if any given Sunday, I get it. But it's kind of like, where are we going with it? Because the overarching point, does the better team win, right? Like, if we're talking not for the day, but the better team, I think that's what kind of coach is coming from. Is
okay.
The overarching point.
Okay.
The best team
does the better team win? I agree. I understand that. However, when the game is being played and we are trying to see who the better team is, what determines who the better team is? The team that wins that game.
But I mean, there's different factors that go into it.
True.
There's different factors like injuries. Like I don't think that if Brady goes down, that undefeated team, I don't think they're still the same team that they were that went their undefeated season if all of a sudden Brady goes down.
True.
Like, there's different things that happen, or it could be a dumbass coordinator that instead of giving the ball to beast mode, he decides to throw. Like, it could be different factors in a game more than just simply who's the most talented or the better team with the better coaching staff, the better.
That's why I said there's context. It's just not about the W.
Yeah,
we could have won this game. We could have won that game against Minnesota, very likely, because the coach had a bad day. I mean,
true.
It's a lot of things that.
Yes, it's a lot of factors. I mean, in every game, in the NFL game, it's a lot of factors, hidden, known, unknown, revealed, that determine the outcome of the game that we may not ever see, because might be some stuff going on the sideline, might be some stuff going on the field. Quarterback a choke. But the thing is, the bottom line is, bottom line is, on that day,
call for holding.
On that day, when those teams meet, and one team wins, another team loses, on that day,
never forget him.
That team is better than the other team because they beat them. That's what. And see, the thing is, one of your tiebreakers in to determine to go to the playoffs, or whether who's a wild card team, is head-to-head matchup. Now, on that day or during the season, you better make sure that you take care of your business, because say, for instance, you match up with somebody. Say, for instance, us in Minnesota play. We lose to Minnesota. Okay, Minnesota automatically has that tiebreaker if it gets down to that point against us, because head to head, we lost. Okay, now, and that's why I say the team who wins against another team, just like our 6 wins that we have right now, every win that we got, we were better than that team as reflected upon the scoreboard. We scored more points than they did. We won. We were the better team that day. Now, if we played a 7-game series, if it was possible to play a 7-game series in the NFL, then I could see your point to a degree. But since it's 1 game, wild card, conference championship, Super Bowl, 1 game, you win, you're better than that team. You go to the conference semifinals, 1 game, play that team. No matter how good they are, they might have a better record than you, but you're up against that team. You beat them, you're better than that team that day. On to the Super Bowl. That day, you're the best team that's on the field if you win the game. That's my point. So see, the thing is about home field advantage. Home field advantage, you want and see, it's still a desirable thing. It's still a desirable thing, and it's even more rarer or even more harder to get, because there's only 1 team that's going to get, as long as they win, they're going to have home field advantage all the way through the playoffs. Only 1 team in each conference is going to do that. Okay. Excuse me. I'm sorry. That will get a first round bye. They'll get a first round bye. Okay. You still have people that they're going to be, you got conference winners that will be playing wild card weekend, but they have home field advantage. Some of them do, some of them don't. You beat that person with that home field advantage. I got to look and see whether you take over home field advantage depending upon the circumstance. If you, because see, now that's how we got the NFC Championship game here in 2016. That's how we got that.
If
It
the
goes
team
by,
that
it goes by ranking.
number 1 seeding, if they lose, number 2 take over home field advantage, and so on and so on. But it's
Right.
like
By ranking.
if 7 beat 1, 7 doesn't get home field advantage. The next highest rank take over a home field, and if they get down, then the next highest rank, and so on and so on.
Yeah, that's
Which
how.
is how we got it, because the number 1 seed lost.
Yep.
I don't feel like sitting here doing the math, but out of this year, 16 teams have a winning record at home. Out of 32, 16 out of 32.
So, half of them do.
Half. That's not anything that's just demonstrative or like, oh my gosh, 80% win at home. No.
Oh, but we basing that off of 10 games. Whoop-tee. I was a millionaire for 10
Well,
games.
I mean, how many games have been played?
I'm just saying the conversation
over the lifetime of the league it's not even 60%. It's like 55.
No, it's like 57. And in the playoffs,
read 50. I just read
you put it in the
lifetime
chat.
Of the league.
What did you type in the chat? 56.5, right?
Yes, 56.5.
It's actually 56.7. So 57%. And in the playoffs, it goes up.
56 point. All right.
Come on, bro. You smart. You know what I'm saying. And
either way it go, that's not demonstrative. Like 56.5, like an 80% win percentage.
All right, so let's do this then.
Barely over 50.
Let's do this.
Barely over 50.
That's not barely over 50. That's 7 percentage points over 50%. That's a significant amount.
No,
let me ask you this. If you can go to Vegas and you got somebody that'll guarantee you win 57% of the time, would you or would you not leave out there a multimillionaire?
Huh?
You
What are you
heard me.
talking about?
The point-
57%. You're barely breaking just above your break-even point.
That's not barely breaking over 57% and 50%. That is a drastic gap between those two numbers, bro.
That is not drastic.
That is
at
a
all.
drastic gap. When you talking about sports over years, that's
It
a
depends.
significant amount.
It depends on the total amount. It could be thousands, hundreds of thousands different. It depends
Bro,
on the
6
total.
Okay, hey, did you all
depends on
go
the
all
total.
the way back? Did you all go back as far as you could to determine those stats?
Over the lifetime is 56.5. That's what it says.
Let me rephrase what I said because my whole stance done got shortchanged. Home court advantage or home field advantage, excuse me, was just a very smaller portion of really what I said. That ain't everything I said, but the conversation just went there and everything else got ignored. Let the record state that now. It went just home field advantage. I said a lot of other stuff that we just focus on home field advantage. But go ahead.
I mean, if you feel like there's more to be said, then just say it.
I did say it.
I just said it was. So say it again. I said it just not that big of a deal. Like 50. I said it's overstated. That was my exact quote. Home field advantage in the pros is overstated.
Or is it over? Wait a minute. Or is it overrated?
It's overstated how important it is. Like we've seen teams go on the road in the playoffs, not even touch a playoff game and win a Super Bowl.
Right.
Hold on. Well, let's stay right
because
there.
they're professionals.
How often has that happened?
Professionals.
How often has that happened?
I don't have the stats in front of me.
It ain't a lot. I can tell you that.
Okay, well, do you have the stats
team,
in front of you?
The teams,
do you have the stats in front of you? You said 6.5.
Okay. The teams I can remember right off the top of my head were the Giants and the Ravens. I don't recall anybody else doing that recently. We played a lot of Super Bowls.
I mean, there's 100 years of football to draw from.
Well,
hold on. You just drew from 10 weeks. You know, but I can't draw for 10 or 20 years.
If the subject is this season, I gave a stat about this season, and they've only played 10 weeks. What do you want me to add imaginary weeks that haven't existed yet?
No.
The stat was about this year. There right now, only 16 teams have a winning record at home this year.
Right.
I would love to add more data, but we're limited.
But how do we get to this year though? Like how we get there?
I looked up the data for this year. I like, what is the problem with that? Please tell me. Let me know. I gave the data since from the beginning of time, and I gave the data for this year.
The problem with that is when I made my original statement, my point was the last 20 years. That's what I mean when I said my whole statement and got shortchanged and rearranged and went to a whole nother avenue that I never.
I disagree.
That I didn't solely say.
20 years with the Saints. I said I gave my context. I said, well, the bulk of that is with Sean Payton. That was my argument.
And then I also said, well, Sean Payton retired or he left the Saints after 2021. Then you gave a whole nother caveat to the argument.
Yeah, so really, your statement wasn't ignored.
Which really proves
it was addressed.
Which really proves my point of how they've dominated us over the last 20 years for the reasons that I originally gave.
But my argument was that it wasn't because of New Orleans being a hostile territory, because Sean Payton was there. That's the point. The other years we just had a terrible team. I don't have an expectation for a terrible team to win a lot of games.
Even when New Orleans went through their 4 consecutive years of being 7-10, they still were finding ways to beat us when we came to New Orleans because of the things that I stated. Because they felt like they were bigger, brother. They done built up this whole entire confidence and this aura about New Orleans.
Like that's a feeling. Like
you won't let me.
That's not tangible. Like because it's not tangible. Like you don't know how anybody on that team feel if they feel like they're a big brother. There are people on that team that probably just showed up to collect a check. You don't know that. It's undefined.
I know that because I know all the picking at us that they do on social media you know, the players that done played there within that period of time. We have even said on some of these broadcasts, and y'all stop me when I'm lying, but damn, I wish the Falcons players would do it like New Orleans players do us. Why none of our players do that but Roddy White? Because their players were taken, and you might be right. Maybe it was just their players, Keely, that took that rivalry game a lot more serious than the Falcons players did.
So
because
they're picking, how many players are we talking about? Like out of the entire NFL?
Some one of their players, I forget his name after the game. Pardon my language, John, but he tweeted out, "Who that bitch?" You know, he took that personal. Okay. He ain't making that kind of tweet if they beat the Rams or the Cardinals or even the Bucks. It was because they beat the Falcons.
Yeah, I will say that there definitely are players on the Saints team who pick and poke like every year. They just dog Atlanta.
I would expect that from Cam Jordan, from those who have been there and played in the rivalry plenty of years. But the way the turnover is on these professional NFL rosters, very few of those players are there for an extended amount of time. Like very few of those players, like how many Saints players have been there for like more than 5 seasons? Like
so you don't think when you get signed to New Orleans in a certain aspect, you don't become entrenched in that city? You really think Kirk Cousins out here swag surfing just because he liked the song, or did he become a little bit entrenched in the culture of Atlanta? Okay,
yeah, it's the history. Like I said that earlier. I think you both are right.
When we sign a long snapper, I don't think they care about the rivalry.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's like when you be using that Tom Brady or that Patrick Mahomes.
You picked the quarterback of the team. You did the exact same thing. You picked the most important player on the team whose very job is to get entrenched in the culture. That's their job. When Derek Carr, I'm pretty sure Derek Carr did the same thing because he's the starting quarterback. You like the very thing you accused me of, you just did by naming Kirk Cousins.
How is the long snapper and the quarterback on the same level?
Look, you said I will pick the high end of the spectrum in Brady, right? Out of anybody to pick on the Falcons roster, you picked the guy we signed for $100 million. That's the guy you picked as your example.
That's the guy that's out there swag surfing.
He's the guy who got paid $100 million.
But he's out there still swag surfing too.
If you got paid $100 million to be the starting quarterback, you win.
Not necessarily.
You pick the one guy whose job is to come in, be the franchise quarterback, and lead the team. That's his job.
I picked the guy who I saw get entrenched in Atlanta's culture.
And you don't think all the other starting quarterbacks do that? Lamar's not entrenched in Baltimore. Derek Carr's not entrenched in New Orleans. You don't think Baker Mayfield is not entrenched in Tampa Bay?
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to get you to understand.
No, that's the point I'm making. You pick the one player that has to do it.
He don't necessarily have to do it. He got to come out there and do no swag surfing. He got to come out there every time walking in your trap. Matt Ryan didn't do none of that shit, and he was here forever.
He was definitely entrenched in Atlanta culture. Like he was definitely he as the quarterback of the team. That's the one who has to know. Okay, these are our rivals. This is what's important. This and that. You pick the quarterback.
But
literally the most important player,
give me a similar example of Matt Ryan doing that, since you say he did it.
Of what? Talking about embracing rap songs?
And Atlanta is, hey, let's not act like it ain't. It is what it is. Atlanta's a hip hop mecca. That's part of Atlanta's culture. I'm out here hearing Bankroll Fresh being recited before. That's Atlanta culture.
So all right. So that's the only culture of Atlanta. And you're saying that Matt
didn't embrace say that's the only culture.
So what's the point you're making then? Just because you saying so Matt, in order to qualify, he has to quote rap lyrics.
No, I asked you for an example. You never said that. You just got quiet.
In my opinion, Matt Ryan has never shown that he embraced.
I can't think of a rap song. I apologize.
I've never seen Matt Ryan embrace Atlanta like that. Not like Kirk has.
Bro, he's
my point in saying that is like when you try to say, well, you know, so and so just signed a 1 or 2 year deal, he don't know about the rivalry, but you were dismissing the.
That most of
Let
them.
me finish though, bro. Let me finish. I'll shut up and let you speak when I'm done. But when you get signed to these teams, and the reason I use Kirk Cousins for example, you're actually in these cities, man. You know, you're touching the streets. You're mean fans. You know, you're getting absorbed into the city, into the team, into the franchise. So yeah, a lot of that stuff that goes on between the rivalry can rub off on you. Yeah, I know, like guys like Judon, they may not get it. Bud Dupree, they just came and left. But you know, when you got a core group of guys, I guarantee you, B. John gonna understand what it means. I guarantee you, Michael Penix, if he here long enough, gonna know what it means. Jake Matthews, Chris Lindstrom, all these retired Falcons players that do these podcasts now, what have they been saying? Oh, we lost to the goddamn Saints. We lost to the, you know, they got entrenched in it. So the same principle applies to New Orleans also with their players.
Which was the point that I made about how many of them have been here long enough. Like, yeah, Jake Matthews, everyone you named have been here for an extensive amount of time. They played in that game a significant amount of time. That was my question. How many of those Saints players that you're talking about, who talking about we that bitch or whatever, how many of them have played in this rivalry for a significant amount of time?
Like, I will say
people
this,
who are staying there are probably the 4 or 5 people left that have played in this rivalry. Like, I don't think that statement will come from Chase Young.
I will say this, Keely. I have actually heard in interviews players that go to Atlanta and players that go to New Orleans specifically talk about, you know, they can't wait to feel that rivalry. They can't wait to be a part of that rivalry. So I mean, it is definitely known when players come here that is a thing. Like I've heard it more than once from more than one player on both sides of the team. Matter of fact, I think oh shit, what's old boy name? I can't think his name now. Olave, when he was drafted, that's one of the things he said, that he couldn't wait to be a part of this rivalry, you know, and experience the rivalry. Kurt said it before, but you know, and I understand your point. He's the quarterback. He has to say that, but he said when he was traded here. So players definitely do understand the magnitude of the rivalry. But again, I think y'all both saying the same thing. It's the history of it. When players come here, they recognize it, you know, but at the same time, some may not even care about it. But it's definitely the history of the rivalry in of itself is a major thing. So, yeah.
My overarching point, which I've been trying to make from the beginning, is that when Drew Dahlman goes to New Orleans, or Caden Ellis, when he goes to New Orleans, I don't think playing in New Orleans bodes as a significant more challenge than if you go on the road playing against the LA Chargers. That's my point.
What was that guy's name that we had here during the Smitty era? He played here maybe 2, maybe 3 years. He played defensive tackle. What's that guy's name?
You said Smith? That was
era. He had like a Hawaiian name. Big guy. Salih.
Sambrilla.
Paul Salih or something.
Salih.
You talking about Ty Sambrilla?
No. What I'm saying is, do y'all remember after that? Do y'all remember after that New Orleans game what he said in that interview when he was walking off? We that. Y'all don't remember that?
No, not.
Oh man,
I don't
remember
see how that makes
Paul
it significantly harder to play in New Orleans. But
nobody said in it. You were adding stuff that I never brought to the equation. I didn't say significantly harder. I never said that. You said that. I didn't say that. You're a professional. I agree with you when you say that. You're a professional. You got a job to do. But I'm just saying, like, certain stuff matter when you get involved with a certain team. I don't think.
And also, I'm going to say this: the young draft picks who come to New Orleans or come to Atlanta, they get told about this.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Olave said once, you know, after they did his, you know how they do that post draft or whatever. That's one of the things he said. I can't wait to be a part of this deep
I get
rivalry in
it. By
Atlanta.
the time you get traded to your fourth and fifth team, I just don't think that many of these players
Oh,
a
you
road
talking
game
about
is
older? Okay, I got you. I got
a
you.
road game is a road game
Now, when
for most
we
of them, and
when we
that's my
acquired
opinion.
now when we, okay.
I mean,
And you're
if
entitled
we're
to your
just gonna
opinion.
sit here, yeah, that's one thing. We're just gonna sit here and go back. My point is, like, because this is they're professionals that most of us have playing on their third and fourth. Like, we're talking about a very small number in which, hey, we've been in this rivalry for a significant amount of time. Like, the Pittsburgh Ravens, right? Ed Reed can speak to it. Troy Polamalu can speak to it. But out of that whole team, there's a lot of people who just when you get to the nut of it, it's probably like 10 people who can really speak to it. Because a lot of the greater percentage of that roster are guys that are like 1 year, 2 year deals, and they're on to their next team. Like, you got a core group of players, and then the greater percentage of that team are people on 1 year rentals and stuff like that. Like, a lot of the players on the last couple of years when we was in the little cap period where we couldn't really, all we could do was just sign rentals. A lot of those players like Bud Dupree and all them, like, I don't think going into New Orleans was just some big significant thing for them. But that's just my opinion. I don't think it was just it's a business trip or another road game for a lot of them. I'm not saying that for Cam Jordan that the rivalry doesn't matter, because of course Cam Jordan been in New Orleans for 100 years.
I will say this to piggyback off of Tidy's point and somewhat of yours as well, Keely. You know, Tony also talks about it, and Tony wasn't here very long. Tony was here what, 4 years maybe? You know, he doesn't speak on it with the same fervence that, like, you know, Matt Ryan does, or any of the other heavy hitters, you know, but he does always speak to how much it is a different field, you know, when he does when he did the commentary for it, you know, he would say how it's a different feel, and you know, it's one of those games you wake up extra energized for, you know. But no, he wasn't.
So
He didn't. He never reached the level of like a Cam Jordan. You know, like he never really talked trash. At least on air,
I
he
would say
never
this.
talked
I would
trash
say
about
this.
it.
you see, Coach,
Georgia Southern
that's
was
why I
a
don't take
stepping
Tony as
stone for a
too
lot of
well.
coaches. Georgia Southern was a stepping stone for a lot of coaches, and every single one that came in was like, no matter, we're gonna be App State though. Like, nobody, he just, bro, like, they know who the quote unquote rival is. Do they give a shit? Probably not. Like, they're the coach. They're supposed to act like they give a shit. But that's just my
Well,
opinion.
now I'm gonna
Like, nobody cares about the Georgia Southern App State rivalry.
John,
Like,
before you go, I'm looking at one quote.
Do
It
it.
says Julio Jones has discussed, and I get it, Julio play here forever. But anyway, Julio Jones has discussed the rivalry, including playing in rivalry games, the impact of New Orleans fans in New Orleans. Go ahead, John.
and see something else. Also, I wanted to bring up Bobby Hebert.
I mean, Kansas City has an impact, but I mean,
Now, hold on. Now, Bobby Hebert, New Orleans Saint through and through, but we grabbed him. He was our quarterback after Jeff George nutted up on the sideline. He was torn. He was torn because all those years playing against the Falcons, okay, then having to play against the Saints in a Falcons uniform. Yes, it was a job, but he also knew that this wasn't no ordinary game. He knew that this was no ordinary game, that this was a rivalry game. Now, the rest of the NFL didn't really pay attention to it because, you know, it was a regional game and, you know, it was just something between us and the Saints. It really didn't get national traction until 2016. It really didn't get national traction until 2016.
Talking about
Because
the
that was
Falcons rivalry?
the last regular season game we played, if I'm not mistaken, right?
You
Right.
talking about the Falcons Saints rivalry didn't get traction until 2016?
Till 2016. National.
Oh, I don't know. It was before. It was amidst the Breeze, like the Breeze, Matt Ryan rivalry. Like you started seeing it getting prime time.
Oh, you
slots
saw
around that point.
but
Wait a
see,
minute,
that was
John.
after 2016.
Now wait a minute,
No,
John. Did we play them in
Before
the
then, they were
playoffs in
getting, we were
'91?
getting prime time slots. We were getting prime time we were getting prime time national TV slots
With New
Doing
Orleans
doing
prior to
Vic
Yeah.
years.
2016.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
doing Vic
Now,
all
years.
all
They had
round,
the
most
Saints
when
in the
was that?
rivalry
matter of fact,
games
they had the Saints in the Falcons on Monday
media
Night
I remember
Football
seeing the magazine
What year
cover
was
for
that, Red?
magazine with Breeze
during
and Matt
the
on the
Vic
cover.
years, during the Michael Vick years.
Yeah, that's probably the first time.
Yeah, because they were cousins.
Well, now I'm going to say national traction as being recognized nationally as a rivalry.
I'm telling you, John, that's
John,
true.
don't forget
That's the
about the
case
91.
because
Don't forget about
I've
the
never
91
lived
playoff
in
game.
Atlanta, and it used to come on TV when I was home in DC. So yes, it was getting national traction.
I
Yeah.
mean, I mean, okay, Coach. Now, see, this is the thing I'll say about that. What, Winston? You got something?
I'm enjoying the conversation. Carry on.
Okay. Now,
Winston
I think it
this
took off once Matt
spectator
Ryan
tonight
arrived,
for
in
his
my
own
opinion.
Okay.
I think it took off once Matt Ryan arrived. I think that's when it took off.
But now wait a minute, John. We played them in '91 in the playoffs.
Yeah, but it
yeah.
wasn't
Now,
a national big deal, though. It wasn't a
Red,
big deal
you had
nationally
no
back
choice. That was a wild card game, and everybody had to watch that one. You didn't have no choice.
What I'm saying,
No.
that was a rival back then.
Oh yeah, we were rivals. We were rivals. But what I'm saying is, did the nation pay attention to the rivalry back then? I'm saying no.
I'm saying yeah because that's when we had all the hype. We had the Too Legit to Quit. We had the Dion.
But I don't think the rest of the country cared.
Yeah,
at that point.
not then. But I will tell you, I'm from DC. I was living in DC the Michael Vick years, and it definitely was national. Now you could maybe chalk that up to because Vick was from VA. You know what I'm saying? So the whole DMV thing is real, but it definitely was a national attraction.
I think
Atlanta
part of
versus
that.
New Orleans.
I think part of that is that the league was just finding every way to put Vic on TV at one point because he was such a draw. So they were just trying to find games.
No. I'm talking about the Falcons versus New Orleans rivalry. I'm not just talking about Vic. I'm talking about the rivalry. That definitely was
I get it. Nobody wanted to see Aaron Brooks play football. That's what I'm getting at. Nobody wanted to see Aaron Brooks play football.
Yeah.
They were trying to get Vic on TV as much as possible.
Right, that could be true, but they still was playing up the rivalry, though. That's what I'm saying. They were playing up the fact that it was big versus it was first cousin versus first cousin, rival versus rival. They were playing that angle hard.
I think when it took off was the Breeze versus
I don't know, Coach. Like Keelan said, nobody gave a damn about Aaron Brooks.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. Yes, you can say that all you want, but I'm not from Atlanta. I'm telling you, outside of Atlanta, that was the thing.
Yeah, I don't mean that they didn't get televised. I mean, they're pretty trash games that get televised.
No. You're not listening. I'm not talking about televised, just the game itself. I'm talking about they were playing up the rivalry outside of Atlanta. So yes, it was getting national traction. Not just the game, not just the actual game itself. Like I said, they were talking about first cousin versus first cousin, rival versus rival. You know, they were playing up the whole game. Watch this game. So yeah.
Okay. Now, Coach, for comparison, Coach, and I think this comparison might make my point. Was it as fierce as Cowboys 49ers? No. I'll just stay in that division. I'll just stay in that division. Cowboys, Giants, Cowboys, Redskins, Cowboys.
So of course, nothing is bigger than Cowboys, Redskins, and DC, John. Nothing
No,
except for.
I'm talking about for the country. I'm talking about for the country.
Well, I
Because the
can't speak for
country.
the whole. I mean, I can't speak for the entire country because I didn't live in the entire country. But I'm saying outside of Atlanta, it was a thing, and I
Coach,
lived in DC. So that's what
Coach,
I'm
wait
saying.
a minute, Coach. Are you absolutely sure you didn't live in the entire country? I just want to make sure I clear that up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big guy, but I ain't that big, bro. I can't live
Oh,
everywhere at once.
you're not omnipresent.
Yeah, I'm not that good. Not yet. I'm getting there, but not yet.
Coach, don't even start.
But no, seriously though, it definitely was
But what I'm saying, and maybe I need to add a little bit more context to this. When and see, now, how old are you, Coach?
I'm 41.
Okay. Do you remember? Okay, when CBS had the NFC, NBC had the AFC, and this was during the time. This is the Dan Fouts years. Okay, this was the Dan Fouts years, or the Bob Trumpy, Merlin Olsen, or whatever. They would come on at 4:00. The AFC would come on at 4:00. The NFC would come on at 1:00. If they had a game of the week, and it was Dallas, Washington, they would declare that a game of the week because of the rivalry. And no matter what was going on over there on the AFC side, at 4:00, that 1:00, excuse me, the doubleheader game, because see, they would have one 1:00 game, and then they'd have a 4:00 game if it was a doubleheader and it was a very important game. And if you had Dallas going against New York, or Dallas going against the Redskins, or Philadelphia going against Dallas, or Philadelphia against the Redskins, those division rivalries, and I'm just going to use the NFC East as an example, the 4 teams in the NFC East as an example. When those teams played each other, would you say that the Falcons New Orleans game had the same amount of national attention, or attention where you were? That did the Falcons and New Orleans have that same type of attention as either one of those 4 teams playing each other?
That's a bad example, John, for the simple fact that again, I'm from DC, so the Redskins being an NFC East team, that game is going to they're going to show that in my region, just for the simple fact that it's a conference game. So
what about Dallas? What about Dallas, New York? What about
uh,
Dallas and New York?
they would show, if the Redskins wasn't playing, they would show any NFC game because of the fact that it's an NFC. Where I lived at, unless it was a better premier game. You know what I'm saying? So a better so this is what I would say. That's a little bit of a bad example. One, because it's Dallas. Dallas is quote unquote America's team, which is dumb as hell. But anyway, so Dallas would show, of course. But where I lived at on TV, like I could only watch the Falcons if they were on TV, if there was no Redskins game and no NFC game. Most of the time growing up, I had to listen to Falcons games on the radio, or I had to go to my uncle's house who had the old school satellite, the back in the day, the actual one that moved.
That great big one in the backyard.
The really big one in the backyard. That was the only way. That was the only way I could watch Falcons games until the year of the Dirty Bird. Once the year of the Dirty Bird happened, the Atlanta Falcons got national appeal, national attention. So once that happened, moving forward, a lot more Falcon games would come on TV. And yes, absolutely, Atlanta Falcons Aints games was a I'm not gonna say national because I didn't live everywhere, but where I lived, I knew how, not only because I was a Falcon fan, but they would play up the Atlanta Falcons Saints rivalry. They really would.
Okay. Because see, the thing is now, Coach, down here, and I would have to attribute part of that to the fact that they would black us out too. Because if we didn't sell out by Thursday afternoon at noon, we didn't see the Falcons if they were playing at home.
Oh man, I hated them games. I hated them years.
Yeah. Well, I had a plug. I had a conduit. So a lot of times I was able to see.
It got to a point I never, during the first early years of Georgia Dome, John, you remember, hardly ever we couldn't even watch them on TV.
Yeah.
I mean, when they was at home.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you had to be down there. You had to be
down
there.
When they was on the road, you might get a double header. But if the Falcons was at home, one football game a challenge.
But see, the thing I remember growing up, and this is even before, this is when we were in Fulton County Stadium back in the late 60s, early 70s, whatever. The NFC East, those NFC East games were for prime time for that particular time, and that was 4:00 p.m. That was 4 p.m. Okay. If CBS declared a doubleheader and it was America's game of the week, I don't know whether but I know it was the game of the week. Now, Tidy, you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I remember Fulton County days.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about if you were sitting at home, and you were watching football. Because see, I think you could see a Falcons game down in Macon or Montgomery or someplace else. You couldn't see it. You couldn't see it here.
You could see it on Collier Road.
Yeah. Well, y'all had a plug.
Yeah. They used to black us out down here too, John.
Oh, okay. But what I'm saying is that those NFC East rivalry games were major games on CBS. Right. And the reason why I would say that, they would put them on at 4:00 and it would be Summerall and Madden calling. Okay. So that's what I was saying about the importance of the rivalry, because see, I didn't think that New Orleans, Atlanta was really nationally talked about or nationally known until after 2016. Because see, I remember we had a shot to be the third, New Orleans and Atlanta. And I know you remember this, Red, Tidy, everybody. They were featuring us on Thanksgiving night for 2 years straight.
Yeah, I remember that.
And we had a shot because the rivalry got to be known all around the country. And the reason why they wanted to do it, they wanted to create a third game of NFL football on Thanksgiving. And our rivalry was brought to the fore, and they scheduled us for Thursday night football. But we didn't hold up our end of the bargain because New Orleans beat us bad 2 times straight. So that's why I was saying it was after 2016.
Was that the game with Shot Tuttle stiff arm Matt in the face?
Say what now?
Was that the game where Shot Tuttle stiff arm Matt in the face? Was that a Thanksgiving game?
No, I think that was a Sunday afternoon game. Yeah, when he was running, I think that was a Sunday afternoon game.
Remember Shot Tuttle? He was a defensive tackle for the Saints when he mushed the mess out of Matt. I thought that was a Thanksgiving game.
Yeah. I think that was a Sunday afternoon game. I could be wrong.
I think the national prominence came probably like around the big era. That's when I can recall it starting to really get like a lot of national notoriety. And then
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It did. No, it actually started right before Vic. It started the Dirty Bird '98. So what? 3 years before Vic came.
And then, cause I remember they used to market it as like cousin versus cousins. Then you had the whole black quarterback dynamic in there. And then once Katrina happened, you know outside of Houston, everybody from New Orleans came to Atlanta. Then it just really went to another gear after that happened. And then it just been up since then. I mean, we've always had a quiet rivalry within the fan bases, and but nationally, I think that's really when it kicked off. I remember when Ocho Cinco tweeted something about it, and he still joked to his day. He said, "Man, Falcons and Saints fans been in my Twitter comments for 10 years arguing."
Yeah. Oh,
But I
man.
recall around the Vic era though for me.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna do some more thinking on this one here. Now, on to Denver, gentlemen. On to Denver.
Mile high.
Now I'm gonna say this, and I said this last night on C-Dub show. The Falcons need to be in Denver right now. They need to be in Denver, running around, wallowing on the grass, running up and down steps, getting used to 5,280 feet. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that ain't for the faint of heart.
Who's that? Who does that fall on, John?
That falls on the coach.
To think
That falls
logically,
on the coach.
to
That
think
falls on the coach.
logically, and prepare his team in that manner.
Yep, that falls on the coach. That definitely
And
falls
so,
on the coach.
do you think that we have a coach who would do that?
Coach, I'm going to tell you because Arthur Smith and I think Dan Quinn, they didn't do it. The last two coaches that we had, they didn't do it. Because see, Tidy, Pam. When we went to London, didn't we leave late from here?
I think so.
Last time we went to London.
I think we went early. I think we got in like a day early. It was like a day and a half early.
Now, was that Mike Smith or was that Coach Quinn?
That was Quinn, I think.
No. We went over there with Arthur Smith because we beat the Jets. We played the Jets over there.
Okay.
Remember?
That might have been that one then. I think we got in.
I thought that we went a week early. I thought we was there that whole week, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure we were there that whole week.
We had a game beforehand. We had a bye after we came back.
Yeah.
Right. I think we left that I think they left that Tuesday. If I remember correctly, I remember them saying that they were there for a couple days. They wasn't there just for a day or two.
I don't think.
Yeah, but that was overseas. Denver's still in America.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. There's no place like that any team plays like Denver. So that there's a huge difference. So I would think a coach will prepare his team and at least be there by Thursday.
It's Thursday early enough.
They say it takes 24 hours, 48 hours for your body to acclimate to different conditions, whether it be time zone changes or altitude changes. So, I mean, I don't know. I've never played, high level sports in Denver, so I really wouldn't know. But that's what they say. 48 hours is what it takes your body to acclimate.
The air is different. That shit is different. It would choke your ass out quick.
Right. Which is why a good coach would take. I mean, like I said on Toddy's show on Monday, it's really redundant for me to say it because it is what it is and nothing's going to change it. But this is reason 1,270 that I think we should have got Bill Belichick and not Raheem in the first place. But it's who we got. So he will put his team in a position to win, which he's not, and make them boys leave tomorrow. But they're not. They're going to leave probably Friday or Saturday.
Might leave Sunday morning.
But that's a real too. That's really real. I mean, it's amazing not amazing. It's sad to say that a professional coach would do something like that. Leave the day
Well,
of
coach,
or the day
let's
before.
wait until he does it first. Y'all see, man, I mean,
But I'm saying, I'm not really being a Debbie Downer, but what I haven't seen anything to
Yes,
make
you
me
are.
think that I haven't seen anything to make me think that he would make the adjustment for our team. Like
Coach,
I hate this players coach mentality, man. I really do. It's just it never works out for the team or the coach.
coach, do you think he will develop as a like over time? So like if we give him 4 years, do you think he will develop or you think he's just gonna be stagnant?
No, I think he is who he is. The 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 how you start off out the gate is you don't generally start off out the gate and get and then do a massive coaching change. You know what I'm saying? You bring your mentality into that. That's the best time for you to bring the essence of who you are into the team. Is that first year? Put your stamp on it. You know what I mean? Like Tidy say all the time. Come in and he putting his stamp on. He putting his stamp on the team. Give him time. Give him time. Well, I mean, this is the time that he should be putting his stamp on this team. So no, I don't think he hasn't changed from the coach he was before. You know what I'm saying? He's still the same coach he was when he was with Tampa Bay. Still the same coach he was when he did what the last 7 games for us that year. He's 6 games or however many it was. It was 7, I think. Now, because we fired him, we started off what 0-5, so it was even more than that.
now,
But
hey, coach. Now, Tonio has asked a question, and I'm going to go around the panel for this particular question. He said, "How many of you actually approve of Raheem Morris?" And he's asking this, he said, because I detect a lot of disdain for the man on the panel.
Not me, Tonio. That coach.
I disapprove. Okay. I disapprove. I don't disapprove of Raheem Morris as a man or even as a coach. I think you need a coach like Raheem Morris on your roster. I just don't think a rah-rah player coach mentality works good for a head coach. Generally it never really works out for that type of coach because your team ends up lacking discipline, which we see now because you're not putting foot to ass. You know what I mean?
Hold on, coach.
It's all kumbaya and circle jerks.
Hold on, coach. Let me ask you this. Hold on. What type of coach do you think Andy Reid is?
Andy Reid's definitely not a player's coach.
What?
Whoa, he's not?
He's
No.
not? Are you kidding me?
Andy is definitely a player's coach. Andy is just a genius.
Hell,
that was separation. The player coach.
Do you not see Andy Reid at the end of the game talk about what you want them? Jeez, how about them? He be just as hyped up as Raheem in that locker room.
That ain't what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that you can't be hyped with your team. I'm talking about you definitely see Andy Reid get in people's ass. Absolutely. What are y'all talking about? Like you see Andy Reid get animated, get upset, get mad. You know, I
Yeah,
don't.
Raheem he be mean mugging on the sideline to the
Man,
game over
Raheem
with.
be chewing gum, laughing, smiling, joking, while his team out there putting penalty after penalty after penalty, drive stopping
I don't
penalties.
see him laughing that much. I see him laughing in the locker room after a
Now
win.
you
I
see
see
him
him
laughing
dancing.
and joking on the side. Watch it, matter of fact, I made a post
So,
about it and got killed.
but to his
What?
point, like Raheem does give the used car salesman kind of vibe. Like it's not that he always has a smile on it. You can't fault him for that.
Yeah, no, yeah,
But
that's
he,
fine. That's
but
what I said. You need
he,
him on the roster.
but yeah, he definitely
He
kind
said
of.
laughing and joking.
But
Yeah.
to Antonio's question, it was just about what he was measured against. The alternative. The alternative was Belichick, and I thought that would have been a better move. So it's not that I dislike Raheem. It's just that I felt like the alternative would have been a better choice. Um, my only concern is that he's like Coach already discussed the ways he saw similarities to Dan Quinn. I thought Dan Quinn wasn't necessarily a bad coach, but it did go off the rails. And I knew that once he got his second opportunity, like he was going to get another chance and he was going to do okay. My question is that are we going to are we going to one give Raheem the same opportunity, like say like a franchise like Pittsburgh, where they allow that coach to grow and develop just like you allow your players to develop? And then two, if Raheem is even capable, and that's why I asked Coach that question, like, do you think he will gradually develop, or will he just stick to who he is and be stagnant? Like he
Well, but
just entrenched in who he is.
I think he's just entrenched, Keely, because I mean, look at the examples that we have had. And I understand Toddy made a great point. You know that yes, you know, halftime wise of the last game, we held the Saints to five out of their six possessions to 3 and outs. That is great. But as a head coach, when are you going to make adjustments? I am not seeing no type of adjustments nowhere across the board on the field. I'm not seeing you try. Maybe you know the biggest adjustment I've seen is they limited Judon. You know what I mean? Like that's good. You're trying. At least you're showing me. You know you're trying something. But you know we have one of the worst defenses in the league, you know, numbers wise, and you know this is the eye test. So using the eye test, you know, you can see we have one of the worst defenses in the league. You know, how about trying to mix and match some shit? You know, do something other than just continue to put out the same. And then when asked about it, you say, "Oh, you know, we're right where we want to be. We're getting better." That's what I mean by players, coach. Like I don't want to hold hands and sing kumbaya. I don't need you to yell and scream and curse at players. You know what I'm saying? That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm
That's what
talking
makes him a
about
player coach.
is that
Coach.
that what I'm talking about is this lackadaisical attitude that he just exudes to me is all kumbaya and circle jerks. That's all
But
I
coach,
see.
he could just be saying that from the press conferences and behind closed doors. He be, you know,
Man, if he was saying something different, yes, you're right. He could just be saying that in the press conference
I mean,
and be,
he
and be,
still
and
his
be
team
doing
still
something
got a winning record now. He's still 6-4,
and be
so
doing
he's doing
something
something
different.
that works.
Oh my God, and be doing something different, but it ain't translating to the field. So
It's translated 6 times and it's been unsuccessful 4 times.
okay,
I mean, the players are still playing for him now. It ain't like he lost
okay,
the locker.
okay. And Arthur Smith has 7 wins. What that mean?
No, Arthur Smith. I don't know if Arthur Smith had the
Oh,
locker.
wait, whoa. Now
Arthur Smith
see,
has 7 wins. What that mean?
okay, now
Right,
this
he ain't about
season
to
isn't
surpass
over
that
yet
on
now.
Sunday.
Hey, you don't know that?
I
This
know that.
season isn't over with.
He's gonna surpass that, and he's gonna win double-digit wins this season.
Okay, that's you talking as a fan.
That's me talking as I
Yeah.
know football and I know my team and
Nah,
I know the
that's
Falcons
you
gonna
talking
win.
as a
The
fan.
Falcons are gonna win 10+ games this year. I guarantee it.
Okay.
Hey, Winston, did you comment on this one?
Man. I mean,
He's celebrating the
oh,
Lakers win right now.
so the old question.
Oh,
I don't
you
forget what
want
the
to see the
old
old
question
question?
was.
But no, I'm saying you want me to comment on the old question or this one?
Oh no. I was asking whether you commented on the old question. We hadn't gotten to this, so I just popped it up. I just put it
I
up.
mean, like,
But
I like Ryan. Me personally, I would have got Belichick. That's just me personally. Like a coach of his pedigree don't come along every, you know what I'm saying, every day. And for a team that lost what 6 consecutive years, like come on, man. Like I mean, I get it. You want to bring in fresh blood and all that stuff. That's nice. That's great. And if we had a better history, all right, I understand it. But that's not it. You ain't even got a Super Bowl ring. You got a coach that won 6 of them as a head coach. Like it should have been a no-brainer. It should have been Belichick. But I like Raheem. Raheem got to put his foot down. That's the biggest thing.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
like I like his energy. His energy is infectious. He'll have you ready to run through a ball. But when somebody like if you sit there and watch him doing the games and stuff, somebody make a mistake, you don't never see him get animated. Every once in a while, like you got to put foot to egg. Make an example out of somebody. All these damn penalties, like that's undisciplined.
Exactly.
There's no getting around it. You're not sitting there like players make mistakes every once in a while, but the rate of penalties that we're getting, that's complete undiscipline. And that's started with the head coach. Let's start with the head coach and funnels down. But Raheem did say that Dolis is likely to be activated this week, and he likes what he's seeing in practice. So Dolis should get some snaps, especially with who was it? Contavious Street or not? Taquan Graham. With Graham being hurt, Dolis should get some PT this week.
okay. Let me see. Tidy, what you think?
What's the question exactly again? How I feel about Raheem?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, tired of sunshine and rainbows.
As of right now, Raheem is good with me.
No, that's me, coach. I'm with the sunshine and rainbow.
I don't have a problem with Raheem right now. We sit at 6-4. We kind of exactly where I figured we'd probably be this part of the year. The Denver game, you know, that's a game that I feel like, you know, we got to win. So how we bounce back against Denver, or if we don't bounce back against Denver, I can give a more concrete opinion on Raheem as a coach. But as of right now, you know, I'm good with Raheem. I just like Winston, you know, I was campaigning for Bill Belichick before we knew who the coach was going to be, but I can promise you the majority of the fan base didn't want Bill Belichick, and once they signed Raheem, you know, I'm good with it. I feel like I know Coach always be picking at me, but I just feel like you got to give him and his staff ample amount of time, man, to put their blueprint on the team and, you know, do the things that they want to do. So I'm going to give him the same kind of leeway that I gave Arthur Smith year one. Now, if stuff get off the rails year one, yeah, you know, if we lose like the next 5 games, and yeah, I'm going to come on here and cuss him out and light his ass up. But yeah, if we stay, you know, 3, 2, 3, 4 games over 500, hey, I can't really, I can't complain too much about that. So right now, he good with me.
I ain't gonna lie, Ty. If we lose Sunday, I'm gonna be a little upset. Cause that's 2 in a row. But like I say, we've been pretty consistent most season. We ain't really had no long losing. I'm trying to think. Have we lost 2 in a row this season?
I don't think we have. I don't think we
No.
lost 2 in a row.
I don't
Right.
think
So that's
so.
what I'm saying. Now let's see if we bounce back against look, because I'm like you, Ty. If we lose against Denver, the positive red that y'all been enjoying this season, that may start to deter a little bit. But that's why I'm trying to see how we bounce back against Denver. If we bounce back against Denver, go into the bye week on with a win, 7-4 after 11 games with 6 left, man, it's gonna be no reason for me to just get on Raheem. Not now, anyway. I'm gonna give him a break.
Well, I
Now,
would just say this. It seems like you guys are okay with deficiencies and glaring holes simply because we
No,
win.
we not okay with none of that. We just
Clearly,
trying to look at the
you
overall picture.
you and Toddy both keep saying we're 6-4. I don't give a damn about our record. I'm not going to be okay with
You don't
BS
give a damn about the record. The
and
record is how we get to the playoffs.
and wins, just like I wouldn't in losses. So they're gonna get the smoke from me in a loss, just like they get the smoke. They're getting smoke from me in a win, just like they get the smoke from me in a loss. Wins are not gonna blind my eyes to the issues on this team.
Coach, I think they get the smoke from you at the Super Bowl parade.
No, they wouldn't get. He wouldn't get. I mean, if there's glaring issues, you absolutely right. I'm gonna call a
Yeah, I
spade
told you.
a,
The coach
a
will be at the
spade
Super Bowl
a
parade
spade
talking
a
shit.
spade is a spade, bro, and I'm gonna always call it a spade.
I
now,
know, man. I
Anyway,
know you.
okay. Now, in answering Antonio's question, and piggybacking on everything everybody else has said, hey, there was no candidate ever in professional football like Bill Belichick.
and you let him walk out the door. That's crazy.
I made sure that everybody knew that. All right. Hey, there has never been a head coach with a resume that was out of a job and not retiring that has ever had a resume like that coming to a team, seeking out a team, not the team going after him, seeking out a team. Okay. That being said, the decision was made to hire Raheem Morris. All right. Now, I always give first-year head coaches that first year. Always do. Okay, because you're getting your staff together. Your philosophy has to be imparted to the team, both offensively, defensively, special teams, whatever. And this is a feeling out process. Now, I have no acrimony or hate or anything for Raheem Morris as a head coach or as a person. Okay. Kind of like what Coach is saying, there are things that trouble me. There are things that trouble me. I point them out all the time. Those things that trouble me, I point them out. Correct this, correct that, correct this. All right. Now, I cannot argue with the fact that this team right now looks worlds better than what I've seen in the past 3 years. There is a fear that I have that at this point, because I think we pointed out Monday, that we are at the same win-loss total at the same period of time in the year as we were last year. Am I not correct?
No, we're the same win-loss as we were at this time in 2016, our Super Bowl run.
I thought it was last year.
No,
You should
we
feel great,
we was losing at this point last year.
Oh,
Yeah, we
okay,
were losing
okay,
this
okay,
one last
okay.
year.
Oh, that coach, you're
Right.
absolutely right. I got it confused. You're absolutely right. And since I got that confused, and since we are in a better shape than we were last year, I'm almost mile high get it because of the fact that the trend, in my opinion, is upward. That's how I'm influenced right now, and it is a very it's just like being on the tip of a mountain. You could fall, but then again, you could stay up there. And this particular feeling is I guess emphasized because of the fact of what I had to deal with for the past 3 years. I don't want to go back to that. I'm scared of going back to that. Okay. Now, the problem is at this juncture, I don't want to be too critical, but I don't want to be too lenient. You know, that's my problem right now. I don't want to be too critical. I don't want to be too lenient.
let me ask you guys a question. Patty and Red specifically, because I haven't heard. Winston basically said sort of what I said. John, you sort of on my, you know, but Winston and Toddy are really the optimistic ones.
Red.
Y'all the type that drive y'all car with the check engine light on, huh? You were driving with the check engine light on till it just break down. Then you're like, well, damn, what happened? The whole time the check engine light been on.
Well, coach, it depends on what the bank account looks like, quite honestly, sir.
Y'all
Hey,
straight
there you
the
go,
type to
Tidy.
drive around with the check engine light on, knowing
well, hey,
damn well you need to fix your car.
hey, I've driven around with the check engine light on, but I knew what it was. Okay, the number 4 cylinder was not firing, and it was a Honda. Now, thing was about a Honda don't care. You can pour sand in the crankcase. It's gonna crank up and it's gonna run. So
Yeah,
now
but it's gonna run like shit. That's my whole point. Y'all,
I drove I
but
drove a
see,
car from
thing is that was my only way to work, and I didn't have the money. Just like Tidy said, I didn't have the money to fix it, but I knew that I could make it until I got that money and got it fixed, and that's what I did. I got it fixed. Thing run like a top.
Coach, I drove a car from California to Georgia with the check engine light on.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what it is, what code is thrown.
Strange place.
It depends on what code is thrown. Because
I'm just saying
I got me a code reader to find out what was going on.
That right now is our Atlanta Falcons. Y'all are okay with the check engine light being on because we winning, but the check engine light is on.
No.
And the car is running pretty badly.
But no, coach, not at all. You know, I mean, we obviously see that there are holes on this team. I've been coach. I've been saying for weeks that we shouldn't make no trade because there are way too many holes on this team. So we need to have all our draft picks to continue filling this roster. But I think what you may not understand, the way we're looking at the team is like, okay, we understand the defense is really not that good. You know what I mean? We understand that part. So for us to have like a below average defense and still, you know, can squeak out some wins, like, hey, that ain't that bad until we have an opportunity to fix the defense. Because keep in mind, we've only been spending our top 10 draft picks on offense. So, you know, and the offense is doing good. So you got to kind of give and take. Now Raheem Morris comes in and they start spending more draft picks on defense this first draft. Let's see what they do this second draft then and what they do in the offseason. And then at that point, you know, you can get a more clarity on how you really feel about the team and the coaching staff.
Yeah, but I understand that. That's the end of the year. I'm talking about while the year is going. I just don't understand how I'm the only one holding him accountable for lack of adjustments. For you know, I know all of us have said they came out flat, but I mean but it's still like okay, but you know, I'm hearing more blame on Kirk, more blame on the offensive line, more blame on Koo. You know, the blame should go to the top. Like I just don't understand how no one is giving him the smoke for his lack of adjustments after 10 games. You gave Judon, you said 9 games. It's been 10 games, ain't nothing changed. So how's Judon getting the smoke, but you still okay with giving Raheem a pass? That's what I'm lost.
See now, coach. Now, I
It's different
definitely
evaluating players than
I got
evaluating coach.
see. I got to vehemently disagree right now because see this game this past Sunday with the quarterback admitting it himself. Okay, he made some bad throw. You watched.
Yeah,
With me and Tidy.
He's seen it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you watched with me and Tidy.
After we got
that-
punched. But John, here's the thing though. Yeah, I understand where you're going with it, but here's the thing though. Had the team been properly prepared and came out firing on all cylinders, who's to say he would have had to do that? Who's to say we would have been passing in that situation and not running? But because the team came out absolutely flat and we got punched in the mouth, then he had to start, he had to start doing what he had to do.
And what was that?
Try to be a game winner instead of a game manager.
Hold up. We did not pay $180 million for no game.
Y'all gotta stop talking about $180 million.
No, sir. No, sir.
That's the price of a quarterback. It's the price of a quarterback.
That's my point.
Okay.
I did not pay $180 million for a game manager. You had a game manager in Ritter last year. You had a game manager in Mariota last year. They didn't manage it right.
You didn't have a game manager in neither one of them.
Yeah, you do.
No, you didn't.
Yes, you did. Look,
Okay.
Coach. They were not game winners. Your two metrics were game managers and game winners.
Nor were they game managers either.
Yes, they were.
Okay, so if they were game managers, why are they only playing because the two quarterbacks on their team are hurt? They were third string, both of them.
Okay, they were signed to play quarterback. They were signed to play quarterback.
Oh my God! Okay,
that's their job. Hey! Don't we always say around here, next man up?
If you say so.
No.
If you say so, if you call Marcus Mariota and Desmond Ritter game managers, then yeah, you got it. There's nothing else to say to that.
Look,
well, what do you call them then?
Yeah, what would you call them, Coach?
Baggage boys working at the Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, but that's still
obviously not because those teams signed them as backups, Coach. I mean, they could have left them out there on the scrap heap. They could have left them out there on the scrap heap.
You have to have three quarterbacks, John.
But they could have chosen 3 different ones.
Yeah, sure.
But the thing was, they chose.
But I could pay you. I could pay you $2 to just sit on the bench versus actually having to pay somebody.
Okay.
When I know you're not gonna ever see the field, unless like what happened, both of my quarterback and my backup both get hurt, then I really have no choice but to go with you. But I could just put you on the roster for $2 and not worry about you, sit you on the bench. Versus someone who can actually play that I actually have to pay to just sit on the bench. There's a huge difference.
I agree. However, those teams could have signed other people beside those quarterbacks. They could have signed other people that were much better. Since you classify them as what baggage or just loose baggage or whatever, they could have signed other people.
Again,
this is 2 different teams too. There's 2 different teams. Mariota's going out here playing. Ritter is starting. All right. As bad as Ritter was, and I blame that also, and I always have to caveat this because of the fact that of what happened with Ritter here, somebody still gave that man a shot to come to a team to be the backup. Second string, third string, whatever. Because see, I thought the third string quarterback had to be on the practice squad.
2 teams gave him a shot.
See,
Yeah,
so
where he at now?
Raiders.
He was the Raiders now.
He threw a
He
touchdown like a
started.
week ago.
He's starting.
Yeah, he started.
In Arizona.
Why is he? Oh my God! Y'all said he's starting like he took somebody's job. Are
No,
y'all
I'm saying he's starting because that's the fact. He's starting.
Well, he got no choice but to start. They have nobody.
Oh, okay. So, but the man is still starting. You can't get around that.
We're not saying he's starting because we like him.
Yeah, he's starting because okay, all right. Since they're down to Ritter, who's the next quarterback that comes out? Is it a wide receiver, emergency quarterback, or somebody of that nature? That's the next one.
Yep, that's the next one. A wide receiver or somebody. They only allotted 3. Each team has to have 3 quarterbacks. That's it. So
you can have 3. You don't have to have 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
On your practice squad, and he doesn't count towards roster spot.
See, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Your third quarterback is supposed to be on the practice squad.
Right, but I'm saying hold on. What are you asking? Are you talking about in a game or just period?
Period.
Oh, just period. Yeah. You can have whatever on the practice squad. I'm talking about game when it comes to game time. You can only have you have to have 2 with one on basically inactive.
Oh, right. Well, he's on the practice squad.
Your inactive is actually on the field and can play, but he only becomes active if your 2 backups become hurt.
Okay, so
he doesn't count towards your 53.
He don't count against your towards your roster, your 53 man roster.
He is designated inactive, but he is on the field. But he is designated inactive unless your two players get hurt.
Yeah, okay. If the other 2 quarterbacks are playing badly, you can only play those 2. The only way the emergency quarterback can play is your starter and your backup both get hurt in the game. Then he can play.
Right. Then he becomes active, which is what Desmond Ritter is.
Now Ritter. Okay, so well, regardless of how this happened, Ritter is starting. Okay, Ritter is starting now. With all of the quarterbacks that are available in the National Football League, as well as college, as well as undrafted, and you saw 2 years of Ritter. Was it 2 years or a year and a half? Year and 4 games.
Year and a half.
Okay, year and a half of Ritter.
A year and 4 games, basically.
Okay, a year and 4 games of Ritter. All right.
Oh, that's enough.
And to Red's point, he just made right then. Okay, you chose him and you put him on your roster, and he's your quarterback, and he's starting. Those are the facts. Now, I'm not saying it like this, or I'm not saying it like that, but that's what it is. He's starting. All right. Now, he's a game manager. The man's a game manager.
If you say so.
He's a game manager. He's not a game winner because see, you made 2 distinctions. You said game manager, game winner. All right.
Right. I'm talking about competent quarterbacks. I'm not talking about trash. A game manager would be like a what's the old boy out there in the Giants? That's a game manager. You talking about the Giants quarterback?
How about Daniel Jones?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's better than Ritter?
He's a game manager. He's not gonna really go out there and win you the game. He's just gonna do just enough to basically to keep you in the game. That's a game manager.
No. Hold on. I asked you a quick, Coach. I asked you specifically: is he better than Ritter?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, absolutely.
Oh man, Daniel Jones?
I think so. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no, Coach. I can't agree with you on that. I can't.
You can't agree that Daniel Jones is not better than Desmond Ritter?
No, he's not.
Oh wow. Okay.
No, I can't agree. I can't agree.
Okay.
I can't agree. I try to find some common ground with you, Coach, but I can't. That ground got a crack in it that go all the way down to the core.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's earthquake ground you on. and that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion because see, Daniel Jones, I don't see how on God's green earth. Well, you did say it, Coach. That's the market for quarterbacks. But how Daniel Jones got that $100-something million? Oh no.
The price of a carton of eggs is the price of a carton of eggs. I mean, you can't get around
right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
But Giants should not have paid him that contract, man. They should have took care of Saquon first.
Oh man, they are regretting that every day.
Mm-hmm.
Every day, and they regretting that every day because.
And then you put the entire negotiation on national TV with Hard Knocks. Now we know how dumb you are behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that doggone Hard Knocks be revealing stuff that don't really need to be getting out. I'm telling you. But look, now, since the hour is getting late, predictions. And let me see. Let me start with you, Red. I'm gonna go reverse order. Red, what are you predicting? What do you feel comfortable saying?
Yeah, I've been predicting the 40-piece last few weeks, and they ain't gave it to me yet. So I'm gonna temper my expectations a little this week. I just need him to bounce back and get back in his win column before this bye. So we ain't gotta be fancy, fellas. You ain't gotta do nothing extravagant. Just go up there and give me about 3 or 4 touchdowns, a couple of field goals, maybe 28-17 Falcons. 28-17 Falcons.
All right. Hey, let me see. I don't know who these. I just see outlines of people. Tidy, you go ahead. Go ahead. Tidy.
Yes, sir. I expect a bounce back game from us this week. I think we're gonna come out the first half and look a whole lot better than we did against New Orleans. I think we're gonna do relatively well running the ball. I think that's gonna be a point of emphasis to run the ball and try to run it down their throat if we're able. And I do think we're gonna do another good job doing that. And I think we're gonna control the game for the vast majority of the game. I got Atlanta winning 27-17.
All right, Coach, what you think, Coach?
Honestly, man, I don't know. I think we're going as we normally do. Come out, be trash the first half, and then do massive adjustments in the halftime and come out better. So I think it's gonna be. I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't even give you a score. 21-20 us, I guess.
Oh, it's gonna be a squeaker.
At least he picked us to win.
Yeah, but I mean, I really didn't want to win. Like I really don't know, to be honest with you. Like I said,
you conflicted.
It's the lack of adjustments for me. So I don't know. I don't know. will win narrowly, I think.
All
Lord,
right,
coach.
Winston.
Thank you.
What you think, Winston?
I think shit. They got a good secondary. And we struggle with mobile quarterback. Bo Nix can move. Like
Yep.
Bo can move. I think Troy Anderson probably get embarrassed a couple of plays by Bo. But I got us winning 20-17.
Okay. Now let me see. Millie Mills. Let me go back over these scores we got in the chat. MW says 24-20 Falcons. Wallace Smith says 2017 Falcons. Millie
I had that
Mills
blind optimism.
24-17. Huh?
I just wish I had. I said I wish I had that blind optimism. Like I just wish I did. I wish I could keep my fan hat on and just be like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do this, that, and the third," knowing, you know, I applaud those who can do that. I just can't do it.
And Tonio got 31-10 Falcons. So
God
okay.
damn.
Okay.
Well,
Hey, man. This is prediction time.
yeah. Yeah.
Me, I'm gonna say this. Whoever's ahead at the end of the game is gonna win. All right. Moving on. Hell, I don't know.
I'm with you on that, John. Whoever winning at the end of the game gonna win.
Hold up, coach. I'm reserving that just for the host. I'm gonna reserve that one just for the host. You ain't gonna be piggybacking trying to get out of nothing here.
So okay, I'll say this. I will redo my pick. A team that's on the field is gonna win. That's
Can
my
somebody
pick.
get the good for coach?
That's my pick. A team on the field gonna win.
You know what? That deserves a 3-month ban from a show. That doggone simple.
Hey,
that's a 3-month ban from the damn show.
A team on the field is gonna win.
I certainly hope so. Oh,
now it's gonna end up being a tie.
Coach, did you finish studying? Did you finish your assignment there?
Yeah. I've been finished. That's why I've been talking now.
Right.
Those open book tests, boy. I mean, that's just ridiculous, man. They just taking all the gray matter right out of your ear.
And Millie, and that's my point, Millie, and that's what I've been saying over and over and over and over and over and over. We know that Bo Nix is a mobile quarterback. So is Raheem going to do the adjustments at the start of the game to have his boys ready and prepared for him to run, or we gonna let Denver punch us in the mouth, then go into halftime and try and make adjustments like that you shouldn't. Adjustments made during a game should be minimal adjustments to your already playbook, that's your game plan that you already have. Though the bulk of
Coach,
your
hold
adjustments
up.
should be made before the game.
Hold up, Coach. How do you know how minimal or maximal the adjustments are being made at halftime?
Because you can see it on the field, John. This is the eye test. So
okay, yes, but what exactly? Okay, all right. What exactly did the Falcons do in their adjustment at halftime against New Orleans?
Look at again. Use your eye test.
No, Coach.
Look at the first
enunciate.
half.
Coach, enunciate for me what they actually did. Was it a linebacker in a spot? Was it a
what I think they did is I think they put AJ Terrell on Scanlon and he put the clamps on him. in the second half. In the first half, I don't know what they were doing and just letting them run all over the field.
No, they
Okay,
had
now,
Phillips on. They
uh,
had Hughes and Phillips on. And they were getting cooked. Phillips is a good corner. He just don't have straight line speed. That's his problem. He's too slow. If it's a
Huh?
deep line, if you got a speedy receiver that can actually get up the field, he's gonna get smoked if his man covers.
Okay, so we
Yeah.
know. So, do you think that there is a scouting report, Winston, that says whether Scanlon played for the
Kansas
Aints
City.
for the Aints
Okay.
10 years or 2 games, it doesn't matter. There should definitely be do you think there should definitely be a scouting report? And in that scouting report, do you think that that it is known that he is, I ain't gonna say fast, but let's just say faster than Philip? Do you think that should be in the scouting report?
True, but at the same time, like you gotta think about it. Scanlon just got there, so it's not. There's no tape on how they're using him in the offense.
I understand that. I totally understand that. What I'm saying is whether he was there for 5 minutes or a year, you know him as a player, so there should be some type of scouting report on him as a player, don't you think?
Yeah, you're right.
So if there's a scouting report on him as a player, regardless on how you know if how the Aints are going to use him, you will pretty much know that he's probably from that scouting report. You would know in your personnel, you would know that he's faster than Phillips. So maybe, regardless on how they use him, I'm not going to put my slower player on a faster player. That's what I was saying. I would adjust to my game plan prior to the game.
Not necessarily.
Or
You could just
yeah,
run it like what they were trying to do is run a bracket over top of him, and that's how Simmons ass got cooked because they tried to run a bracket and it took him made him switch to man, and when they switched to man, Simmons picked Scanlon up, and Scanlon carried him all the way up the field. That's how he got burned in the end zone on that first touchdown.
But again,
Can somebody tell me
that
why
that
Matthew G. Dunn was in pass coverage?
no,
That's
that's
why I've been
stupid.
saying for the, that's why
Stupid.
I've been saying for the
Stupid.
longest.
Just stupid.
I
That
mean,
scheme,
if I ever
that
see those red
scheme.
sleeves running up the field to check somebody, when you supposed to be going chasing the quarterback before you throw the ball up the field. What you doing running up the
Oh,
field with somebody?
but
you
hey,
do.
Red,
But
Red.
hold on, Red. You do know his position, though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, he
yeah.
playing out of position.
No, he linebacker.
He's a
You don't
linebacker.
need to be linebacker. You need to be pass rusher.
Well, do you know what would make him not be a linebacker and be a pass rusher?
Well, coach, we've already had. You know, I agree with.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying. Yeah, everybody keep saying these things that keep proving my point.
And on top of that, I said the defense sucked too. So don't say I ain't said Raheem doing a good job with defense now.
Well,
Okay.
and see, something else that still needs to be pointed out. Now, just like Winston was saying, all right. Sometimes, hey, Philip, I want you to check him. Can you handle it? I got him, coach. I got it. You get burnt once. Oh, that's because we were doing this, that we were doing that. I got him, coach. He ain't gonna get me no more. Get burnt again. You got to make an adjustment. Hey, son. Either you play off of this man, and we put some help for you over the top or whatever, or you got to come off the field because what you're doing ain't working. So you got to make adjustments anyway. You got to make adjustments anyway, whether it's at the half, whether it's at the at the end of the quarter, whether it's between plays. Adjustments are part of the game because see the thing is, and Tidy bagged me up 100%. How many times did we get at Mike Smith for not making adjustments?
Plenty.
How many? I mean, we look. Same. Matter of fact, Dan Quinn too.
Again. So So again, I understand what you're saying, and I understand, and I actually said that. Yes, you're going to make adjustments by halftime, but those adjustments, John, should be small, minor adjustments. Not really like if you look at every single game we played, all 10 games, the first half is totally different than the second half. To
Right.
me, that is a lack of preparation in the start of the game. You shouldn't have a tale of two halves in every game. One, two, yeah, you're gonna have that. You know what I mean? That's just the nature of sports. You're gonna have a tale of two halves in a few games, but not every single one of them. Every single one of them is a lack of preparation.
Well,
That's
see, the thing is that okay,
True though.
can you go ahead, Winston? Go ahead, Winston.
I was saying that's true though. That's true because like when when you start a game, your on offense, your first 15, 20 plays is scripted anyway. But if you sit
Offensively and defensively, both sides of the ball.
defense,
general.
you might
Yeah,
yeah,
Nah,
defensive,
you
like
can't script
10,
the
like
defensive
10.
plays, coach.
you know you're not going to script the plays, but you know basically what you want to do. You know
Or
if
what
you
you
want to you know if you want to blitz. You know what you want to do.
but like if you actually sit there and look at it, this team is a reactionary team. Because like Coach saying, like it's a lack of preparation. Like I have to actually sit there and watch what you do and then adjust it on the fly so I can outplay you instead of being actually prepared to come out the gate and smoke your boot. And that's every
Okay.
game.
You saying we
That's
follow
every
the
game.
tone of the game instead of controlling the tone of the game.
Correct.
Exactly. Like we're counterpunching instead of attacking.
Well, maybe right here,
The
coach
one,
better
the
like that.
one game,
Maybe he
So
needs to
that's
see
why
what
one
we
see
play.
what they
That's
do
why
one
first.
the one game we
we
came out attacking, the one game we actually looked prepared was who was that? I believe it was the Philly game when we came out and just straight punched them dead in the face. I think that was the Philly game. Uh,
Philly game.
yeah, I think that was after Pittsburgh, right? Whatever game was after Pittsburgh when Kirk came out and just drove straight down the field. We looked great, and then what happened? The goddamn wheels fell off, but we came back and won. But that was the one time that we looked like we were prepared to play that game at the start of the game, anyway.
Hmm.
Philly was our third game.
Yeah, that's what I said. It was Pittsburgh was the
What about
second game,
the
right?
Cowboy game?
No,
Cowboy game, we look
Pittsburgh
like
was
we
our
were ready.
first game. We played Pittsburgh, then KC, then Philly.
Okay,
We
then it was it was the third game I'm talking about. My bad. I'm
What
pretty
what
sure.
about the
Pretty sure.
Cowboys game? Cowboy game, we looked pretty prepared early on.
But see,
I don't
that's
remember.
that's the difference. Like when we actually prepare for a team, you can see how effective and dominant we can be. When we're sitting there trying to see what they're trying to do, you see us start off slow. You see us have a couple 3-and-out. You see us give up a field goal or a touchdown early. And then we got to sit there and climb. Like then you done dug yourself a hole. You're sitting there trying to climb out of the hole.
Yeah.
That makes absolutely no sense. But then when it comes to the second half, you see the defense lock in, and they only give up what 3 or 6 points. But sometimes enough damage been done in the first half of the game when you won't prepare for what the hell they was doing that you can't catch up.
Or as you've seen, you turn Kirk Cousins from a game manager and try to make him a game winner. Like you know what
Game,
I mean?
Don't
coach,
play
and
like
I'm
that
gonna
all the time.
disagree with you
Like
because see, Kirk Cousins is not
again,
a game manager.
I will go to a prime example of that is the great Brett Favre. You know what I'm saying? A lot of his interceptions came when he was trying to put the team on his back and force passes. You know what I'm saying? Like,
He did
Oh,
this.
whoa,
He
come
plays
on,
like that
coach.
all the time, coach. What are you talking
Hold
about?
up. See, I got to go. See, and we're gonna save this until next week. We're gonna save this till next week. Hey, Red, where you gonna be? What you doing this weekend?
I'll tell you what, I'll be here next week and we're gonna say this. Coach, boy,
Yeah,
you
we got to dig into this one.
I ain't surprised, but my fact, I'm sure coaches say more crazy stuff on my page, so I'll be prepared for it.
I mean, y'all can say crazy all you want. I mean, facts is facts. I mean,
okay. Hey, coach, don't stop. Don't stir this fire because I'm trying to put some water on it right now.
Yeah,
don't even stir that fire. Go, hey, what you doing this weekend, Red? Besides batting coach on Facebook.
I got you, John. Friday, if Tidy available, I'll be with the Waffle House. Saturday mornings, I'll be on my own show from starting at 10. We're starting at 11, sometimes 10 a.m. Thank you, Winston. Red and Real Sports Show. Everybody's free to join. Come one, come all. And hopefully I'll be back here next Wednesday on the eye test with my boys, John and Winston. Thank you, fellas, for having me once again tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming.
I ain't gotta be your boy. F you too, punk. Nah, don't try to clean it up. I don't want to be your homeboy anyway.
Hold on, coach. I ain't say Tidy, and you don't see him acting like that. What's wrong with
you? You just heard him ring the bell. He felt some kind of way too.
Oh, okay. Well, coach,
after what you just said,
I was giving props to John and Winston because this is their show. You know you my dog, man. Don't be acting like that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, wait a minute. You just see him just roll over right then. Now, that was just ridiculous. All that doggone spitfire. And you
yeah. Coach, I can't believe you whining like that. What's wrong with you,
no, he got crunk up. That's some of that old Red River water he drinking there.
All right, John. I'll make sure to mention Coach's name first next week.
Yes, please. We wouldn't have to give anybody a sedative or anything around here. But who's that? Coach, what you doing this weekend? You studying, taking tests? What?
Nah, I'm free. I'm free this weekend, man. Just sitting back, watch some sports. Try to heal my heart because my Blue Devils lost in the champion tournament the other day. So I'm gonna just watch. I know, but I'm gonna just watch some sports. Watch some basketball. Hopefully, y'all know how you call one of your homies and say, "Hey, man, you left the house yet? You on your way?" And they tell you you're on your way when really they just getting out of the bed. Well, hopefully, Toddy don't do that this weekend, and we actually have a Waffle House jumping off. So I'll be on that if you do. And catch me in the chat of the Red and Rev show on Saturday mornings. If I can get my black behind up early enough.
Don't worry, he'll be
just a great weekend.
Your boy Coach gonna be on the show this week. I know you want to clown him about North Carolina.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I hate them bum heels. So my hatred for them is probably worse than my hatred for the Aints. So yeah.
All right, Tidy. Appreciate you coming in tonight with us, playing in the yard. Let them know who you is, as if they didn't already know.
Thank you, gentlemen, for having me tonight. Since Coach done called me out, we do the Waffle House on Friday. I'm gonna try my darndest to get down time, and looking forward to see how the Falcons play on Sunday. Of course, hopefully they bounce back and make us proud, as we say. And I guess on Monday, we'll do the player grades and watch a little film like we've been doing like the last 2 Mondays. Other than that, that's everything I got going. Again, thank y'all for having me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, John and Winston, for having me as well as always.
All right, hey man, thank you for coming, Coach.
What about me, big dog? You left me out.
This ain't your show.
Oh, okay.
Like Arsenio Hall said, put that little shit away. You shooting that little itty bitty gun.
Boy, you love that movie, y'all. Winston, that's one of his favorite movies, man.
Hey, Winston, go ahead, boss.
Well, first and foremost, want to thank everybody on the panel for coming through. Everybody in the chat for rocking with us on the late night edition. Thank y'all. You got catch us on YouTube and Facebook. Facebook group, the Eye Test, YouTube on the Eye Test. Once again, Wednesday night, 10 p.m. Start off with back of football. You know, tell them what conversation gonna go, but you can enjoy the ride.
Hey, Coach, when them Lakers and Warriors play, man, I know we're gonna be ready for that game.
I haven't looked it up, but ain't nobody worried about them. The goat is in goat form, and he's doing what goats do. So we ain't worried about no Lakers.
Well, I'll let you and Winston discuss that because he's a LeBron fan, not me.
It ain't nothing to discuss. It is what it is.
Go James.
Boy, you know, boy, all these folk that just close down conversation with it is what it is. ain't no discussion on the situation.
It's
just this, and that's all it is.
Absolutely, John. 2 + 2 is always 4, right?
Oh, you asked me a question.
Yeah, you said there's no discussion. I'm just saying.
I was about to answer too.
I'm just saying. Two. There's no discussion. 2 + 2 is always 4. You can't discuss that. That's a fact. That's all I'm saying.
And yeah, 2 + 2 is 4, but
Right.
sometimes
ain't no
5
sometimes.
and 3 is
2
not
+
4.
2 +
Cause
well,
see, sometimes
5 and 3 is never 4.
Sometimes some people be bringing 5 and 3 trying to make it 4.
No,
so we got to make sure
that
that you bring in 2 + 2 when you bring the equation, so we can get the 4.
Right.
You know, kind of like your, MAGA.
I know 3 + 2 is 5, Coach, and that's how many rings my boy got.
And they'll see these
the goat
parting shots.
The goat will have 5 this year. Don't worry about it.
These parting shots, man, this is just getting out of hand, man. I didn't mean to catch no straight. Now I'm bleeding right out the back of the head now.
Oh no, John, you good off these straight. These straight coming for Coach.
No, shoot, how you good off a straight? Shoot, blood red, baby.
I got good aim, John. I don't be no straights when I fire. I go straight for my target.
Man, good.
Well, John,
I don't know.
You ain't gotta worry about Red. He shoot blanks since he talk about some Kobe, and so he ain't even in the conversation. He shooting blanks from the jump street, so you ain't gotta worry about him.
Cause see, I think I got whipped up right then.
No, he shooting blanks, bro. Like I said, he shooting that itty bitty cap gun. You know, while we out here with machine guns, he pat with that little itty bitty cap gun.
Coach want me to be that third man so bad in the car. I know, Coach. You want me to be that driver so bad.
But to Antonio, Wallace, Millie Mills, MW, who else? Nando. All of y'all that was in the chat, the people, I think we had a high of about 13 people tonight, and we appreciate all of you guys tuning in. You could have been someplace else, but you decided to hang with us a while, and we really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Thursday morning, 2:03 in the morning. Hey, Ty, this is one of your Waffle House hours here. 4 hours we did. Yeah, 4 hours here. So, hey, it was a pleasure. And ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again next week, take care of yourselves. Go Falcons. Bye-bye.
Peace out. Gone.